Vince Young and Colt McCoy. You got to rush the passer differently. When you run by him, he can run for 15. And that's what Sam's doing right now. So I'm really, really excited. I still want him to slide more. I still want him to – he kind of let up right on the boundary and got hit right in the face. And I want him to get out. I want him to take care of himself. But this is a new part of his game, and he's really, really enjoying it. And he's running at 10 yards a clip. And I think it's just it's what you hire coaches to do, is figure out what can your personnel do best and then turn them loose and let them go. And that's what the offensive coaches are doing right now.
That's the head coach of Carolina, Mack Brown. These comments come courtesy of Marathon. Whether you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to kick off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance, because you never know where life is going to take you. This next clip takes us to the guys in front of Sam Howell. That's the offensive line. It's been a group that's been a little maligned here through 3 weeks into the season. There was the number of times that Sam Howell was sacked and the lack of a run game at Virginia Tech. Then there was Georgia State, where there were some positives. There were also some things that the Tar Heels needed to work on, but there was no question who took over the game a week ago against Virginia, as Carolina's offensive line helped the Tar Heels to that 20-point win. And Coach Brown reflects on what those guys up front have looked like.
Ed Montelis has had great plays and bad plays. And he's a guy like William Barnes that were teammates in high school. And we've needed them both to play as good as they are, because they're really talented. And I thought Saturday night was the first time that both of them played at a very high level, and they played like starters. And you just don't want backups to go in and rest somebody. You'd like for the guy that comes in, even if he's not as talented as the starter, you'd like for him to give you 10 plays or 15 plays rested with high energy that would be as good as a tired starter. But these guys played really, really well on Saturday night, and that's got to really help us. And I really believe this, and we're always hesitant. An assistant coach will not put a player in unless he trusts him. And unless he trusts him based on maybe past performances and as a backup role or in practice. I mean, the assistant coaches, the young player has their check in their mouth. I mean, if they play bad, he gets fired. So they're not going to put them in unless you really trust them with your life, with your check, with your job.
And that's Carolina football head coach Mack Brown on the Tar Heels offensive line. Just to go back to last Saturday, Ty Chandler rushed 20 times for 198 yards and a couple of scores. He also broke off a 60-yard run in that matchup. Caleb Hood had one of his better games, 9 rushes for 66 yards and a score. And again, Sam Howell, 14 of 21 through the air for 307 yards, 5 touchdown passes, also 15 rushing attempts for 112 yards. So the offensive line, no question, got it done. It's been kind of a mixed bag depending on who the Tar Heels have used up front, but no question about it. Game number 3 has been the best to date here in 2021. We've got to step aside to take our first timeout, but upon our return, we'll check in with former Carolina quarterback T.J. Yates, who is currently working for the Atlanta Falcons, who are on the road this week to take on the New York Giants. And as you heard Coach Brown say a moment ago, Yates is the uncle of Georgia Tech quarterback Jordan Yates. So a lot of subplots brewing with the Yates family. We'll hear from TJ on what this game and what this opponent means to him when we come back after this. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janney King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanneyKingRDU.com. Janney King, the king of clean.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Ball from Learfield.
The Carolina Club is your social and business club in Chapel Hill and your connection to fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. The club offers exceptional dining and a full calendar of social, business, family, and community events. It has an unbeatable location when it comes to UNC sporting events right in the heart of campus. You don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey, UNC fans, this football season, come try made to order burgers, barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. You can find them in Kenan Stadium in the Smokehouse right next to Gate 6. It's hellaciously good. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Kickoff, having just heard from the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Let's check in with a former Tar Heel, one of the best to have ever played quarterback in Chapel Hill. That's TJ Yates, who's got some really unique bloodlines involved in this game, some subplots, and plenty. And the last time that I spoke with the now Atlanta Falcons assistant, here's what he had to say about Carolina playing Georgia Tech.
It's going to be kind of interesting. You know, I'll be rooting for the Heels. I'll be rooting for Jordan. I'll be kind of rooting for Georgia Tech to do good while Jordan's in there. You know, it's going to be one of those things. So I don't really know how it's going to go until it happens, but I'm really excited about it.
But it almost sounds like it'll be a Yates family divided against itself when the Tar Heels and Jackets get things on here. You told me earlier this week that not only is Jordan your nephew, but from his experiences earlier in life, he's really more like a little brother than anything.
Absolutely. You know, my oldest brother, Evan, is Jordan's dad, and we all lived under the same roof for a certain amount of time when he was young and when I was in middle school and high school and stuff. So, you know, I've grown up with him and, you know, been a part of his life for a long time. He's been a part of mine for, you know, his entire life. So it's, you know, it's really cool because, you know, obviously he grew up playing football. He grew up, you know, playing quarterback. So I've been, you know, kind of there with him along the way for a lot of that, and especially his senior year, because I wasn't on a team during his senior year of high school, so I was fortunate enough to be at home, and we would train, you know, 2-3 days a week outside of his high school practice. So basically, his entire high school senior year, I was there with him the whole way. Got to go to every single game, which was, I mean, absolutely awesome. And then they made the run and won the state championship. I mean, it was, and for me to be a part of all of it was something special. And just kind of seeing how he's become, how he's grown into a man, and, you know, taking that next step to college and going to Tech is just a added bonus for obviously our entire family because he's so close. So it's been a cool journey so far, and I'm really excited to see where it goes from here.
You know, TJ, throughout the years of following, say, fathers and sons, and in some cases brothers, and in this case uncles and nephews, there are the younger kids that sometimes seek out the advice of the older guys to figure out what things are like and are very intuitive. And then there are others that are much more quiet that go about their business in a different way. Does Jordan fit that mold more so of a kid that sought out a lot of your advice and asked a lot of questions about what life is like at this level?
Absolutely. Me and Jordan have been in constant communication when it comes to football, for the past 3-4 years, when he actually started to, start playing at a high level in high school, and he starting to learn more about defenses and, schemes and structures and all that stuff. I mean, it's awesome because he asks a million questions. He's very intuitive. He wants to know all the details. He wants to know, he asks me all the time, he's like, how do you break down film? Like, how do you go through an opponent weekly? And like, how do you, break it up and all these different things? I mean, he's all about ball all the time. And, he's becoming smarter as a football player. And on top of all that, he's an amazing young man. I mean, he's smart. He's a good kid, doesn't get in any trouble, has great grades in high school. And, he's been a pleasure to be around my whole life. And I'm just really happy for him.
That's former Carolina quarterback T.J. Yates discussing his nephew. That's Georgia Tech quarterback Jordan Yates. And we'll see if the younger Yates can throw a curveball here for the Tar Heels tonight in Atlanta, as game time set for just after 7:30. We've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show on the way at 6:30. Right now, it's countdown to kickoff, and we've got more from another former Carolina QB, Marquise Williams, coming up in the second half of our broadcast. We'll also check in with Deems May right around the top of the hour, a look at scores, plus a conversation coming up next with Georgia Tech radio play-by-play man Andy Demetra. That is when countdown to kickoff continues from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers, or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
When you're getting ready.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Tar Heel Sports Network studios, reminding you that our coverage tonight is brought to you by our good friends at Bojangles, who want to remind you that it is football season, so it's time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. On your next trip to Kenan Stadium, or if you're driving around town tonight, make sure you stop by Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Having already heard from Coach Brown and T.J. Yates, let's shift our sights to the other side of the equation and Andy Demetra, the play-by-play voice for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, kind enough to take some time out to speak with us on all things Carolina and Georgia Tech. Andy, with the Yellow Jackets coming off that close loss against Clemson last week, I know there's a lot of curiosity about the Georgia Tech football program going into the game against Carolina, but I do want to ask you this. For as long as that game against the Tigers was decided by about a possession or so, how did Georgia Tech stay in that game and give Clemson such a game?
Well, I think it shows, number one, just how much they've improved in the span of 2 years under Jeff Collins, that they played Clemson down to literally the final 20 seconds. They threw some looks defensively that, quite frankly, Clemson was not prepared for, because Georgia Tech had not played in that alignment in the 2 previous seasons under Jeff Collins. They went with a 3 down front. They really highlighted their 3 linebackers, Quez Jackson, A. Sealy, and Charlie Thomas. They didn't let Clemson beat them deep, and I think it caused a lot of problems for Clemson trying to adjust. And then offensively, Georgia Tech huddled before every play, which is not in their character. They were very wary of Clemson stealing their signals, and so not only did they huddle, but they threw a lot of pre-snap motion and different formations to not give Clemson an early picture that would allow them to check into the defense that they wanted. And it took a while for Clemson to adjust on that side of the ball. So it was a couple of wrenches that Jeff Collins threw in the looks that they gave Clemson, both offensively and defensively. But they also executed really well, and they played really, really hard. They played like a team that believes in who they are, what they're doing, and where they're going. And it might be one of those rare instances, Dave, where a team that loses might actually gain some momentum from that game. But we'll certainly see when it comes to the Jackets and Tar Heels.
Well, if one thing's for certain, Andy, I think if Georgia Tech stands a chance to beat North Carolina, it's got to find a way to score some points. And there's a familiar name behind center this year in Atlanta that Tar Heel fans might remember. It's Jordan Yates, the nephew of one of Carolina's great quarterbacks, T.J. Yates. And a few games into the season, what has the younger Yates shown you?
I will tell you, in speaking with TJ this week, that he has pictures of Jordan and his family watching TJ in Chapel Hill. And there's Jordan, elementary school age, smiling broadly, wearing a North Carolina jersey. So that will probably be circulating this week and beyond. With Jordan, first off, he's a completely different quarterback than TJ. I talked with TJ and said he comes from a slightly different gene pool than I did. The thing that stands out with him is just has moxie. You know, the players feed off his confidence. He has good pocket sense. And understanding when to get away from pressure. He can make the clutch throws, even if he can't make necessarily all the wow throws that Jeff Sims can. And he's played clean football so far. No turnovers yet in essentially 2.5 games worth of action. And so it's been fun to watch his progression. He's a third-year redshirt freshman who was always prepared as if he were the starter. And so you saw, even coming in under adverse circumstances versus Northern Illinois, he didn't look overloaded. He didn't look overwhelmed. And we'll see if that next step in the progression can come Saturday night. It is interesting, though, that you have some bloodlines and rivalry lines intersecting this Saturday in the Yates family name.
That's Andy Demetra. He's got the call for the Georgia Tech Radio Network as the Yellow Jackets take on the Tar Heels. And 6 consecutive Coastal Division games. Andy, it's a real run here coming up for Jeff Collins and company, and it's bookended by a game against Clemson last week, and then Notre Dame and Georgia at the back of the schedule. There are no weeks off from now until the end of the season for Georgia Tech.
No kidding. You know, after that Kennesaw State game, Dave, Georgia Tech's 10 consecutive opponents, ending with Georgia. Of those 10, 9 as of last week were either ranked or receiving votes. So Georgia Tech was dealt one of the most rugged schedules in college football this year. You've seen various formulas that have them playing the second toughest strength of schedule nationally this year. But Jeff Collins believes in the trajectory of this program. He believes in how they've turned over the roster and gotten it built to spec to be able to compete with teams that are ranked or are receiving votes. And so this was not something that was causing them to temper expectations at all. In 2021, it was a challenge that they've embraced, that they've kind of made part of their identity, and they're not going to shy away from it. That said, they certainly know what challenge awaits them in North Carolina, and anytime you can go for 600-plus yards in back-to-back games, you are sure to have a team's attention.
If Carolina's going to amass those numbers this week, it's going to have to do so indoors. This is not being played at Bobby Dodd Stadium in Grant Field. This will be inside the Mercedes-Benz Dome. What does the venue add or subtract away from a game like this?
It's going to be really fun. So Mercedes-Benz Stadium, for those who aren't familiar with the geography of Atlanta, it's 0.9 miles from Bobby Dodd Stadium. It is a beautiful, beautiful venue. They are configuring it the same way that Atlanta United configures Mercedes-Benz Stadium for its home soccer matches. So it's not going to be full capacity. They're curtaining off the upper deck. Capacity will be about 45,000 for the game because they want to create a sold-out atmosphere, and they're certainly trending toward that as you and I sit here and talk, Dave. It's quickly grown into a marquee neutral site destination between the college football kickoff games, week 1, the SEC Championship, Peach Bowl, college football playoff semifinals, and Georgia Tech entered into an agreement with Mercedes-Benz Stadium to play one home game a year at Mercedes-Benz for each of the next 6 years. So it's something that they're trying to allow them to be distinct in their program and for recruiting purposes, and great way to kick it off with North Carolina. Should be a really fun atmosphere. If anybody hasn't been to Mercedes-Benz Stadium yet, I hope it treats you well, and you'll see it's a great venue to watch football, college football as well.
Carolina and Georgia Tech matching up in the ACC Coastal Division. And for Jeff Collins, you've talked about a number of the ways that he's upgraded the program, both on the field and the product, I'm guessing, that is outside the lines that fans can certainly embrace. And can you kind of give us a thumbnail sketch of where you've seen the biggest strides that Coach Collins has made with this bunch and now his third year?
And they just look bigger, more athletic, rangier. The most obvious place to look is on the offensive line. It's built much more to spec now than what Jeff inherited when Georgia Tech was recruiting players to run the triple option. I just think you see more athletic sideline-to-sideline guys on defense. They have a lot of stalwarts in their defensive backfield, and that's going to be one area of intrigue, I think, facing this North Carolina passing attack. Georgia Tech has the third most combined career starts among its safeties and quarterbacks of any team in the Power 5. So they do have some experience. They took some lumps as they grew into that experience these last couple of years, but they enter this weekend's matchup 5th in the nation in pass defense. They're getting turnovers, and they're kind of fulfilling the vision slowly but surely that Jeff Collins has for what kind of defense Georgia Tech can play. Anytime you have your quarterback, you feel really good about the future of your program. And whether it is Jordan Yates or Jeff Sims or some combination thereof, Georgia Tech feels like it's settled at that position. And they've slowly upgraded their skill position guys. Wide receiver Kyra McGowan has come in as a transfer and done some nice things this year. They've got a good stable of backs led by Jameer Gibbs, Jordan Mason, and Dante Smith. So you're seeing from the last time Georgia Tech and Carolina met in 2019, a team that across the board is deeper, more talented, more athletic. They're having to slog through a really grueling schedule, but I think anybody who's watched the evolution of this Georgia Tech team knows that they're getting closer and closer to the physical makeup that Jeff Collins knows he needs to be competitive in that Coastal Division.
Feels like a full overhaul since Coach Collins took over, and we're beginning to see, I think, that bearing some fruit in Atlanta. And Andy, if I was to ask you just one quick thing here last, we always get the Carolina perspective on a key to the game which favors the Tar Heels. What would you say is a key that the Yellow Jackets have to hone in on if they want to spring the upset?
Man, there are so many ways that this North Carolina offense can march downfield. So you try to take away one thing, they're perfectly capable of zagging it to another direction. I think for Georgia Tech, they have to do the work on first and second down, kind of shorten that playbook for Coach Longo and the offense. Clemson was held to below 300 yards because the game got compacted, but they did convert 9 of 15 on third downs. And Tech has struggled the last couple of years consistently getting off the field on third down. They can make such a step in that direction by simply doing the work on first and second down, not allow North Carolina to get ahead of schedule. I think it really all starts from there. They'll try to be ball hawks and get some rips, force some fumbles, maybe jump some routes, see if they can swing momentum and shorten the field that way. And, whenever you're facing a team as potent and prolific as North Carolina, Dave, it's one thing to create opportunities, but you also have to cash in on them. And Georgia Tech, its red zone score percentage last year was not what it needed to be in order to consistently be there at the end of the games. If they have an opportunity inside the North Carolina 40, they need to make sure they finish those drives with points. That's almost a prerequisite if you're facing a team that's averaging 40-plus like the Tar Heels. So I know you asked for one. I probably gave you two. I apologize, but just shows you there. You got to do a lot of things right to beat North Carolina, and we'll see how well Georgia Tech can do in those two areas.
And that's Georgia Tech radio play-by-play man Andy Demetra with us here on Countdown to Kickoff, setting the stage for the second half of our broadcast, which continues with a look at the ACC and Top 25 scoreboard. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
If you've got a passion for pumpkin, you've got to get to Dunkin' and pick these up. Our new pumpkin cream cold brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam. And our delicious pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. And our perfectly pumpkin donuts, munchkins treats, pumpkin muffins, and more. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Pick your pumpkin at Dunkin', like our new pumpkin cream cold brew, pumpkin spice signature latte, and our perfectly pumpkin treats. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
10% difference not valid with new rebates and best choice price changes or trade-ins.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. And you don't even have to be a UNC alum at the Carolina Club because everyone is welcome. You can visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club. That's where Deems and I usually come to you from during Carolina home games this year. We'll be back there next week before the Duke matchup, and we're going to speak to Deems after we pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Dave Nathan back with you for Countdown to Kickoff as we get you ready for Carolina and Georgia Tech. Deems May, who joins us right now, has already been through an overtime game on Friday and a game today that took, I think, just under 2.5 hours to be played. So, Deems, somewhere along the way, you're living right.
Yeah, it was. It was a good deal. My son's Myers Park team won last night in overtime, and then we went on a college visit and watched Washington Lee beat Randolph-Macon on the last play of the game and then go for two in a slugfest on the ground. So looking forward to getting home and turning the heels on.
Well, in the old days, Deems, Tar Heels would expect the slugfest on the ground going up against a Georgia Tech squad, but not the case anymore now that Paul Johnson has exited and Jeff Collins has taken control of this program. For Carolina, though, to have gotten done on the ground what it did last week with Ty Chandler going for almost 200 yards and a revamped offensive line, what do you think the Tar Heels will look like at the line of scrimmage in the backfield again here tonight?
Yeah, I tell you, Dave, that was a breakthrough for us last week. I struggled very, very much the first 2 weeks running the ball, obviously. Made some changes up front, got something clicking well, threw the ball well, opened it up, really ran through them in the second half. So maybe we got a little bit of confidence going with that group we had, a couple combos, mixing and matching up front. Some guys off their helmet. Some other guys stepped up. But, man, I think the greatest part about that victory last week was coming off the ball up front and getting Ty Chandler involved as we know he could be, and that'll just open up the rest of the offense. Sam was excellent, on his reads and making some great runs, and we've got to do that again. You have to have a running game to make this offense go. It just makes it so much easier, and hopefully we can keep that going this week. Keep this going tonight.
Deems May, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff. Partner, I want to ask you a question. These games in these pro settings didn't really exist as much back when you were playing, but for kids currently playing, does it mean anything extra to play in an NFL stadium in that type of environment, or for the most part, is this just another game at another stadium?
No, I think it does. I mean, you get to see, NFL-style locker rooms. You get to see you're playing in a vast, big old deal. The thing that it can hinder you a little bit, too, because nobody's played in a dome before. And I played in a dome, the King Dome in Seattle, and the lights sometimes can bother you. So hopefully we got out there yesterday, get out there a little bit earlier today, because sometimes that ball can get caught in the lights and the depth perception and everything else is almost like a basketball game in a big dome. The things just are different and the depth's different. And but overall, there's an excitement about being in a state-of-the-art facility and playing a good team on the road and trying to come up with a win. But overall, once you get out there on the field, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I guess we might be making radio history here, Deems. I don't know if we've ever mentioned a walkthrough before on Countdown to Kickoff, but because of what you're talking about, because of different sight lines and depth perceptions and lights and things, does that make a dress rehearsal like Friday all that much more important before you do it for real on a Saturday?
I do. Mainly, I just on long balls for receivers. I mean, we like to get that ball deep, throw it deep, and again on the punt returns, things like that. That ball can get lost in the light sometimes up there, and domes are tough to play in if you've never done it. So this might be, you're right, might be one of the most important walkthroughs we had yesterday.
And you talk about punt returns and the punt game for Carolina. It's been good as of late. The Tar Heels have made some game-changing plays in special teams for the first time in a while. Coach Brown says he's rifled through the record book, and he's found out that that's okay to be able to make those sorts of plays. Do you get the sense that Carolina's playing a different brand of football when it comes to special teams?
I do, and that just goes back to everything we've always talked about, this recruiting and depth, and we're starting to build some nice depth, and we're recruiting well. We've got some kids that can run, that are young, that are learning the positions and playing a lot of special teams. And anytime you got kids that can run and are athletic, special teams is going to be better, obviously. And you don't have to play as many starters, but you do play some starters on it. And I tell you, we have a weapon in John Kim on the kickoffs. I tell you, that is true understatement and underrated. Kicking that ball out of the end zone, that just pretty much guarantees, nothing to happen like a kickoff return against Mississippi State, I think, to start the game. And those sometimes are hard to get over, especially on the road. So special teams are huge. Depth's a big part of that, and athletes that we're recruiting.
Yeah, I don't think Carolina's allowed a kickoff return all year, with Kim registering 22 touchbacks on the season. Deems, last question for you here as we get ready for Carolina. It helps to have the kind of quarterback that the Tar Heels have in Sam Howell. We mentioned special teams. Hadn't talked that much defensively, so maybe there's something on that side of the ball that piques your interest.
Yeah, I think I'll go more on the macro side. I think, we saw what happened to Virginia last night. I think we beat them twice. I think they came in here so hyped up, whip us, and then let it carry over to this Friday night where Wake went in there and whipped them. So the thing you have to do is put a game behind you. Hopefully, that was a big emotional win. They had a lot of talk going on. There wasn't a whole lot of talk at Georgia Tech this week. So hopefully we don't have a letdown on the opposite side of that. After a victory against a team that was running their mouths a lot, this team's kind of come in. Georgia Tech gained some confidence going into Clemson against a team that hadn't given up a touchdown and fought them tooth and nail to the end. So hopefully we put Virginia behind us, looking forward to Georgia Tech and the resistance they'll present tonight. And we'll be ready to play like we came out last week.
Good stuff from Deems May, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Bojangles, who wants to tell you that it's bow time when you come to Kenan Stadium next week. Or if you're looking for some dinner tonight, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Our thanks to Deems May for joining us to get the second half of our broadcast underway here. We'll chat with Marquise Williams and give you an updated look at scores from around the ACC and Top 25 when we return to Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Welcome back.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Countdown to kickoff continues on a Saturday evening. Carolina in Atlanta taking on Georgia Tech at 7:30. We'll send things down to Georgia at 6:30 for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. In the meantime, again, Dave Nathan in the Tar Heel Sports Network studios at home in the Triangle. And, boy, home was never so sweet to a guy like Marquise Williams. It helped the Tar Heels to a Coastal Division championship back in 2015. But the way the 2015 got started versus how it ended in the regular season might as well have been night and day for one of the all-time greats at Carolina, who helped spur one of the biggest comebacks in Carolina football history some 6 years ago. And as we chatted about that all these years later, here's former Carolina quarterback Marquise Williams.
Queese, Carolina's biggest comeback ever came in Atlanta against Georgia Tech back in 2015. But before that game, I'm sure a lot of people remember that game, some might have forgotten that you didn't play the second half in the Delaware game the week before that. Take me back through that second half and what that week of practice was like for you.
Well, it was just, it was just I needed to get my thoughts together. I just needed to come up with what I needed to do. And it was just a time that I struggled at. I was struggling early on in the season. And I feel like, honestly, I didn't put no pressure on myself, but I say, hey, man, pressure. If you're going to put pressure on yourself, then this is the game where you have to step it up. Or if you don't step it up, you just wasted your senior season. So I just put that in my mindset, and I was like, I'm going to go in this Georgia Tech game, and I'm going to go out, and I'm going to study the film like no other. I'm going to go out, and I'm going to prepare myself like it's my last game ever to play and suit up for Carolina. And I just knew that I had to get it going, to get the guys to believe back into me. And it was just a different thing. Like I say, when I got benched, it was heartbroken to me. And, I was kind of upset, but hey, I left it in guys' hands, and I knew I had another opportunity coming to Georgia Tech, and I was ready to go.
Yeah, I'd say it worked out statistically. One of your better games. You threw for 134 yards. You ran for 148 and a couple of scores, and you caught a touchdown pass as well. Down 21-0, though. For all the good news that came out of that game, how far away did a win seem when you're late in the second quarter trailing by 3 touchdowns?
Man, I knew he was going to come back. I mean, it was just like put the team on your back, dude. And, we was moving the ball, but we just couldn't punch it in early on. And I was like, man, if it's not there, you put the team on your back and you get the extra yards. And that's what I started to do more towards the second half. If it wasn't there, I'll take off and I get the first down, or I get whatever the case was. And, man, I knew we was not going to leave, and I knew I let them guys down against South Carolina, and I wasn't going to put myself in that position again. So, it was like I said, it was early on in the season again, and I knew it was time for us. I had to find a way to dig deep, and I found a way to dig deep with a lot of help with the other guys, with Switzer, Quinshad, and Bug Howard, and the offensive line. It was just all a whole team effort, man. We just came together, and we was like, we're not losing this game. We're not losing this game, and we down, and we're going to fight back. And we just kept telling ourselves it was 0-0. Every time they scored, it was 0-0, honestly. And we just found some grit in them, and we was just ready to get it done.
From down 21-0 to down 21-14 at the half to 38-31 winners. You talk about a lot of names from the past there, Marquise. How tight-knit a unit was that bunch en route to all the success you eventually had?
Oh, man, that unit, man, was one of the best times of my life. Those are great guys, man, and we just, it started in the summer workouts. It started actually winter workouts to spring to, summer, man. We was just finding ways just to get closer and to come together and just to buy in and doing everything right. And, man, that group was one of the best groups I've ever been around in my life. And, man, I wish I could do it again because, like I said, those are my brothers. And we just knew that, man, if one couldn't do it, the other we had somebody that was going to come in behind us and do it. And there was always backups that was just good as the starters, man. And we just had that connection. We locked in as a group, and we locked in as seniors. Me, Landon Turner, Jeff Schottmer, Quinshad Davis, Shakir Rashad, and, those main guys. As leaders, we locked in, and we knew that we had to lead these guys. And like I say, that brotherhood right there with those guys are still the same as today. And it was fun, man. It was a fun ride for us that 2015 season.
Was that the game, Marquise, that you really felt like Carolina football got on a roll and eventually led to you guys winning the Coastal Division?
Yes, sir. Like you said, man, that game defined our season, man. It put us like, hey, if we down, we can come back anyway. It down 21 points. and we came back to win that game. I feel like nothing could stop us, and that's how it was. We kept rolling, and guys kept getting better. You guys kept getting more extra film in. Guys kept putting in extra work on Saturdays, on Sundays when the game's over.
It's former Carolina quarterback Marquise Williams helped engineer a 21-point comeback in Atlanta during his senior season, and that helped Carolina win the ACC Coastal Division. We'll see if there are similar theatrics tonight in Atlanta between the Tar Heels and Jackets. We'll also check on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard when we come back to wrap things up. It's countdown to kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
By Bojangles, who reminds you that it is bow time. Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special and your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Let's get a look at scores here, brought to you by Lee's 24-hour towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. And good one brewing in Raleigh. NC State had held a 14-7 advantage on Clemson going into the fourth quarter, but the Tigers have now tied the game at 14. Will Shipley with a rushing touchdown with a little less than 11 minutes to play in the ball game. Number 9, Clemson 14, NC State 14. Early in the fourth quarter in Tallahassee, Florida State trailing Louisville 31-20. Duke and Kansas locked up in a tight battle. 6.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Duke has just jumped out in front 35-27. That game has been back and forth really since the get-go. Earlier finals involving ACC teams. This one took overtime. Boston College 41, Missouri 34. Pittsburgh hangs 77 on New Hampshire and a 77-7 win. Richmond falls at Virginia Tech 21-10, and Miami shuts out Central Connecticut 69-0. Carolina and Georgia Tech again coming up at 7:30 tonight. Last night it was Wake Forest knocking off Virginia in Charlottesville 37-17, and Syracuse getting a late field goal to slip by Liberty in the Carrier Dome 24-21. That's the ACC action of the day. How about in the top 25? At the top of the top 25, number 1 Alabama and Southern Miss kick off at 7:30. Meanwhile, number 2 Georgia rock Vanderbilt 62-0. That is a final. Other action in the top 25 that's gone final. 6th-ranked Penn State knocks off Villanova 38-17. Notre Dame 41, Wisconsin 13. Brian Kelly becomes the all-time winningest coach in Notre Dame football history. Coastal Carolina knocks off UMass 53-3. And last night it was Fresno State defeating UNLV 38-30. Those are your top 25 finals. And again, we got to those ACC scores with Goodwin Brewing and Raleigh between Clemson and State. Game tied at 14. Elsewhere, currently in the top 25, it's Arkansas leading Texas A&M 17-10. That's heading into the fourth quarter. Iowa 24, Colorado State 14. 10 minutes to play in that matchup. Baylor leading number 14 Iowa State 28-23 with about 9.5 minutes to play in their matchup. Rutgers trailing at the Big House. Michigan with the lead 20-13 early on in the fourth quarter. And how about this one? Georgia State 24, Auburn 19. Still 4 minutes and change to play in quarter number 3. That'll put a wrap on Countdown to Kickoff. Our thanks to Coach Brown, TJ Yates, Andy Demetra, Deems May, Marquise Williams, and you for your listenership and participation. We'll send things down to Atlanta at 6:30 for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. It comes your way next from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
The Carolina Club is your social and business club in Chapel Hill and your connection to fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. The club offers exceptional dining and a full calendar of social, business, family, and community events. It has an unbeatable location when it comes to UNC sporting events right in the heart of campus. You don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
What is it that binds us to this place as to no other?
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Mack Brown has consciously divided the Tar Heel season into mini campaigns throughout the year. The Heels finished the first stretch identified by their Hall of Fame head coach 2-1, but with some momentum after that impressive 20-point victory over Virginia last weekend. Brown has identified the next 4 games of the year, tonight against Georgia Tech, followed by 3 consecutive home games as the next delineation. So, the Tar Heels hope to get the second season within the season started right with a big road victory. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the 56th meeting between Carolina and Georgia Tech starts right now.
People are asking about the pressure and the hype. We're just on a roll. Things are good, and I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're all holding ourselves now to a super high standard.
We've got the leadership.
We prepare the same way for every team. No game is bigger than others.
We've got the confidence.
I feel like now nobody can stay with me, and it just rolls into practice.
If you're seeing it in practice, it's going to show up in the game.
I embrace the challenge, honestly.
I just know I got to keep on going.
I'm coming down, making plays.
Anticipate things more.
It's only going to keep getting better.
We're going to be good every year. That's just who we are. That's our program.
This is Carolina football.
Joffrey off to the races, and they will not catch him. Touchdown, Carolina. How? First down and more. How to the 5, how to the end zone. 40, 35, 30. Tar Heels will have it inside the Deacon 15. 25, 20, 10-5 trucks over a defender. Goodness gracious. 50, 10, 5. Give him 6 more. Holy smokes. Light that bell tower blue.
Let's go. This is Jones Angel. Carolina is 10-4 at home in Mack Brown's second go-round in Chapel Hill, including winning 9 of the last 11. The Heels are just 5-6 on the road in that same time. That's a trend they would like to start turning around tonight. Brian Simmons was a 2-time All-America at Carolina, has his jersey honored at UNC, and played a decade in the NFL.
And getting a road win tonight should be a little easier, not because of the opponent, but because tonight's game will have more of a neutral game feel to it.
Lee Pace authors extra points and will report from the temperature-controlled sideline this evening.
Week 4 of the season, coming off an emotional win at home, going on the road for a night game. The Tar Heels have read this script before, and it didn't have a happy ending, Carolina getting thumped last year in Tallahassee. Mack Brown and his Tar Heels envision a happy ending here in Atlanta tonight. Now they've just got to go out and make it a reality.
We have all those storylines that we're going to talk about, plus interviews with the head coaches, Mack Brown and Jeff Collins. We'll continue our weekly conversation with Carolina great Jeff Saturday. We're going to talk with former Tar Heel quarterback Marquise Williams, plus get you up to date on all the scores around the league and the top 25. It is a busy day across college football. All of that and much more coming up. It's Carolina at Georgia Tech and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a new Honda and be on your way to desert treks, lakeside getaways, and mountain paths so remote you need an actual map. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda Accord and 0% APR on the 2021 HR-V or Pilot.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
See dealer for financing details. Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew or Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
It feels like the next step for Carolina is just find some consistency, and they hope to do it tonight against a good Georgia Tech team down here in Atlanta.
Absolutely. You take out the Georgia State team game, and you look at the Virginia Tech game and the UVA game, and you say to yourself, okay, which one are we?
Yeah.
And I think Coach Brown talks about breaking the season into quarters, and so the second quarter right now you should really be coming into what you are as a football team, and I think Carolina is expecting to do that. And really, when you talk about being a really good football team, it's all about consistency, because we know they have the talent. When you have a top quarterback in the country who's going to be a high draft pick, you have a lot of skilled guys defensively. They're getting bigger and more athletic, so the skills are there. Now it's about being consistent. How well can we play? How far apart is our worst game and our best game? And you got to keep that gap closed.
Well, Lee, I think at least offensively, the Tar Heels had their best game last week. And in Tar Heel terms, at least recent Tar Heel terms, the Carolina offense had been pretty pedestrian through the first game and a half, but started to show some improvement in that second half against Georgia State, and then erupted last week. 699 yards, 59 points against a good Virginia team on the way to the victory.
Well, Jones, let's look at the true known quantities the Tar Heels had coming into this year. Sam Howell, of course. Garrett Walston coming back for another year. Tight end, of course. Emory Simmons had a good year last year as a freshman. We knew what he could do. The offensive line, though, you've got to evaluate as a unit. And without Brian Anderson that first game, without Josh Azudu and Jordan Tucker this last game, you've not known really what the offensive line could be. You didn't know who the slot guy would be, although we thought it would be Josh Downs. It has proved to be that. And we didn't know who the running back would be. And Ty Chandler had a breakout game last week. So it's taken 3 games for this offense to develop an identity and for all these parts to sort of merge and meld together. And, boy, we saw in the second half against UVA what can happen. And really amused at Phil Longo's remark about Josh Downs this week. Said he's essentially uncoverable man-to-man from 0 to 30 yards. So Carolina's obviously got a great weapon there. Howell, as usual, playing great, but adding that running game element to it. And the offensive line, boy, we talked about it a lot last week against Virginia, how well they played together. Yeah. And now the Tar Heels have 8 guys who they can rotate in and out along that O-line.
Yeah, 2 things. I mean, with Chandler, he's an older player, but it's the first time he's been with Carolina, so it makes sense for it to be a couple of games for him to find his footing and really figure out how to mesh with everybody else. And when you're mentioning Hal, pretty amazing the company that he's keeping currently. So back-to-back weeks with 300 yards or more passing and 100 yards or more rushing. It's only happened in FBS football 4 times, and it's only happened in a Power 5 2 times. Sam Howell and Lamar Jackson. I mean, Think about that. When you're talking about a dual-threat quarterback, Lamar Jackson is the standard. And so for Sam Howell to be in that kind of conversation with what he's been able to do with both his arm and his legs is pretty darn impressive. Brian, let's flip it to the other side, and kind of hard to know how to feel about Carolina's defensive performance from a week ago. On one hand, the Heels gave up a school record 553 yards passing. That isn't good. But on the other hand, just 21 yards allowed on the ground. That's the fewest they've given up since Mac Brown came back to be the head coach.
And I'll start with the good. When you only give up 21 yards on the ground, you're going to have a chance to win a football game. I don't care who you play. And it's hard for teams to go out there and beat you one-handed like that, and that's what you want to do as a defense. You want to be able to take away one thing, whether it's the run or the pass, and Carolina did a great job of that last week. Now in the passing game, obviously they got to get some things corrected, and I think part of that is getting calls in earlier, allowing guys to know exactly what they need to do to adjust to calls. And they're going to have to learn how to play condensed formations. And they've struggled with that, honestly, the last couple years. And they have to clean that up, because I think Georgia Tech, if they're smart offensively, they will show some of that tonight and see if Carolina has gotten those things fixed.
By condensed formations, what do you mean?
So anytime when you see the receivers, usually they do it in 2-by-2 formations, or either what you call trips, where you have 3 receivers. The tighter those guys are together, then those are condensed formations, or the tighter they become to the tackle, the last guy. So last week what Virginia was doing, they were doing it mostly in 2-by-2 sets, and they were having those 2 guys really tight together, versus like when you see our offense, they normally have the X receiver out wide and then the slot guy, which would be Josh Downs, with more spacing in between, where UVA did a lot of where you take out that spacing, and what it does is it allows the offense to have a lot of switch releases, and it causes defense a lot of communication, trying to figure out, who's going to have who's going to release inside, who's going to release outside.
Lee, before we take a break, I mentioned these numbers at the beginning. Since Coach Brown has returned, the Tar Heels have been pretty formidable at home, particularly here as his tenure has gone on. They're 10-4 in total, but 9-2 in the last 11 games played in Chapel Hill. The road's been a different story, though. Just 5-6 away from Chapel Hill, and that includes just a 1-5 record in road games that have started 6 o'clock or later. Those are numbers the Heels would like to start turning around.
Well, Jones, building a program is a process, and it's a series of steps you've got to take. It starts with winning at home, because that's easier, and that's what the Tar Heels have done. Coach Brown this week said, can we spend a lot of emotion and come back versus a team we have not played well against traditionally and do it on the road? Last year, Tar Heels did not play well in Week 4 after big wins over Virginia Tech at home, went on the road and got hounded at Florida State. So this is another step the Tar Heels have got to take. And those of us who were around for the first rendition of Mac Brown's program kind of see some similarities at different junctures along the way. I kind of liken this to the middle of the 1992 season, where Carolina beat Virginia and Georgia Tech at home, back-to-back, regional TV, a lot of emotion. The fans stormed the field after Georgia Tech. And Carolina went on the road next week and won a difficult game at Maryland. That was a big stepping stone in that program's evolution. Hopefully tonight will be one for the Tar Heels in this evolution.
So Carolina in Atlanta to see Georgia Tech. What do we know about the Yellow Jackets? We'll talk about that after the break. We'll talk about the 1-2 Jackets when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Eggs are an essential part of building a healthy lifestyle that fuels you all day long. And eggs fuel athletes too. One egg contains 8 essential nutrients and 6 grams of high-quality protein that helps maintain muscle and support strong, healthy bones. Versatile, affordable, and healthy, eggs are pretty incredible. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Got reshuffled due to COVID. That stopped a streak of 39 consecutive years. Carolina had played Georgia Tech 1980 all the way through 2019 consecutively. Did not play last season due to the reshuffling again due to COVID, and so good to see these two back on each other's schedule. We've seen both teams going through a couple of warm-ups, just a few specialists still out there for the Tar Heels. Carolina going with the all-whites tonight. They call it the Stormtrooper look, the white helmet, white jersey, white pants, Carolina blue NC logo on the side of the helmets. All the trim and numbers and stuff are all in Carolina blue. A handful of jackets still out there as well. They have an alternate uniform, bright gold helmets with the Stair Step GT logo on the side, and then they're going all navy blue, tops and pants with gold trim, gold numbers and letters. So some different uniforms from both these teams, although Carolina wears the all-whites every now and then, but more special occasion feel for Georgia Tech playing here in Mercedes-Benz. Let's talk about the Jackets. And, Brian, I think to tell the story of Georgia Tech, you actually have to go back a couple of years because Jeff Collins, remember, took this job, and it was a big job when he inherited Georgia Tech because the Jackets have been running Paul Johnson's triple option attack for more than a decade. Now, they were super successful, of course, but they're trying to transform into something different, and that transformation isn't finished. But games like last week's near miss at Clemson seem to indicate that the Jackets are making some progress.
And that transformation, I think you see it in no better place than looking at the offensive line, where in the past they wanted smaller, more athletic guys. Now they're averaging 6'5", 313 pounds across the offensive line. So they've gotten a lot bigger on the offensive line. And Jeff Collins is a high energy, you hear people talk about it, high energy, passionate guy. And when you turn on the tape, that's what you see from his players. You see a bunch of guys that play the game with a lot of passion, a lot of energy. They play physical. He's done a really good job, I think, right now of changing. And here's the thing, too. He didn't take over a bad football team.
No,
it just was different schematically than what he wanted to be. So that helps. These guys were used to winning football games, and now you can tell they've bought into the system and they've adapted his personality, and they play that way. And it's going to be a challenge for Carolina tonight to come out and match there because they're going to be high energy. They're playing in the NFL Dome and all those things, and Carolina has to withstand that early on and then just let the talent and the football play out.
Lee, Georgia Tech's anticipated starting quarterback this season, Jeff Sims, who was their starter last year, injured in the season opener against Northern Illinois. It was a left arm injury. That injury opened the door for Jordan Yates to take over at that position, and Yates is a young guy with a very strong Tar Heel tie.
Jordan Yates is the son of Evan Yates, who happens to be the brother to former Carolina quarterback TJ Yates, who played from 2007 to 10 and set multiple school passing records. Handful of photos made around through the media this week of a young Jordan Yates in a Carolina blue jersey in Chapel Hill with the number 13 in honor of his uncle. And he still wears number 13, and we'll have that on the field tonight, Jones. 2018, Jordan was a senior at Milton High here in Atlanta. TJ was between his playing careers and yet to launch his coaching career. And right now, he incidentally is on the staff of Arthur Smith at the Atlanta Falcons. They play the Giants tomorrow. But TJ spent that entire 2018 season essentially as a personal coach to his nephew. They ventured on to FaceTime every day. They talked on the phone. They did all kind of coaching consultants. So they've got a very close relationship. Somebody asked TJ this week who he'd be pulling for, and he said, well, blood is thicker than water right now, so I will be pulling for my nephew and Georgia Tech tonight. Jordan Yates, quite a game last week at Clemson, or against Clemson, 20 of 34 for 203 yards.
Yeah, TJ said he actually considers Jordan more of a younger brother. Evan, his TJ's brother, had Jordan when he was relatively young, so there's not any enormous difference in the age. I mean, there is about a decade or so, but it's much more of a brotherly connection between TJ and Jordan. And why is he named Jordan? Evan's favorite basketball player, a pretty famous Tar Heel as well. Michael Jordan, of course, is the namesake there, the Georgia Tech QB. Brian, second straight week that Carolina faces a defense that really prides itself on diversity. Georgia Tech will throw a bunch of different looks at its opponents. And just to highlight, I mean, this is crazy. Last week, Georgia Tech came out in a 3-3-5 formation against Clemson. They had never shown that before. And so, I mean, they will just give you a bunch of different looks. And they played that 3-3-5, by the way, the entire game. Yeah. So, I mean, they'll give you a bunch of different looks.
And that's what coaching is. You know, coaching is putting your players in the best position for that game at hand to give yourself a chance to win. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out tonight against Carolina. But the one thing about it, regardless of how they line up, they play fast, they play physical, they use their hands well to get off blocks, they tackle well. When you watch them on tape, you're impressed with the energy that they play with because, number one, defensively, you got to play with a lot of energy, and I say urgency, and those guys do both of those things.
And, Brian, one thing that really got my attention this week, and admittedly Clemson's offense is not quite it was as last year without their quarterback there, but Yellow Jackets held Clemson to under 300 yards last week. That was the lowest Clemson offensive total in 7 years. So that's enough to get your attention right there.
And I'm sorry, but in this day in football, if you hold any FBS team under 300 yards, I mean, you've done a good job, regardless if a team is up or down, or whether it's Clemson or Georgia Tech or Duke. It doesn't matter. If you can hold a team under 300 yards in today's football, you've done a good job on defense.
It's the first ACC team to hold Clemson under 20 points and 300 yards in the same game in 7 years. So, and Georgia Tech comes in number one in the league defensively and passing defense. They're allowing teams just 124 yards through the air and just 285 in total, which is top 25 in the nation. So a good defense that Carolina will be facing tonight. All right, let's take a break. Come back. Dave Nathan from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios going to take you the rest of the way through our pregame show. That'll start with a conversation with Jeff Saturday. It's all coming your way from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID Rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Kickoff time is 7:35. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. We'll send things over to Jones and Jeff Saturday in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Always enjoy our time every single week here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show with Jeff Saturday. Jeff joining us via the telephone as Carolina gets ready for yet another, not just conference game, but division game, this time on the road in Atlanta against Georgia Tech. Jeff, thanks for being here as always, but let's go back to last week. It felt like an important moment in Carolina's season when, even though they dominated the first half against Virginia, they're going into the locker room trailing 28-24. Tar Heels, though, came out and looked so good in that second 30 minutes. I'd just be interested in your thoughts on that response that Carolina showed in the second half last week to help pick up that big win.
Man, I loved it. I mean, listen, when you talk about how important games are, and I talked about it last week, I think this was probably the most important game since Matt came back, in all honesty, right? I mean, you think about how the season began and all the expectations and losing to Virginia Tech and then having to come back and play in Georgia State, which obviously everybody was expecting. But this was a big one, man. They had our number in years past, and I thought the response in the second half is truly what the team is, and I think they just went back to who they are. I thought Longo did a great job calling, and I thought they went back to really their best style of play, similarly to last year, and they played physical up front. I mean, you saw them absolutely just wearing Virginia out. You saw their defense begin to tap out, and just from exhaustion and just the physicality that they played with was not perfect. Don't mistake what I'm saying. But man, when you watch a team physically dominate the other team the way that Carolina did, it gives you a ton of hope. Because let's be honest, everything that Virginia was saying leading up was, we're just going to hit them in the mouth. We're going to be more physical because that's who we are. That's how we get their number. Well, guess what? You bit off more than you can chew, bro. You don't want to say that kind of stuff if you can't back it. And Carolina met force with force, and man, they looked awesome. I could not have been more fired up.
Jeff, it seems like the next step here for Carolina is bringing that every single week and being more consistent, whether you're home or on the road, or whether you're favored or you're the underdog. When in your experience in the past, when are teams ready to take that step and become that team that's ready to do those type of things night or week in and week out, regardless of the situation?
Yeah, I think you're seeing them mature really before our eyes. I mean, this is a completely different team than last year with all the talent that we lost to the NFL. And I thought really towards the latter part of the Georgia State game and then the second half, obviously, last weekend, is you see their identity beginning to show. And when you know who you are, it makes it much easier to play. And so the physicality they played with, the way they ran the football, and it opened up big plays down the field, whether it be off the zone read or play action, and it makes it so much more difficult for defenses to play you. And then you're playing complementary football with your defense and keeping them fresh. I think that they needed to find out who they were. And when you answer a big game in a big moment I think that speaks volume, and it really helps you in your maturation process. You begin to realize, we don't got to go out and score 50 in the first half. It'll come in droves, but let's go play efficient football of what we are supposed to do, and let's define who we are this season. And I think you're seeing it. And listen, that consistency comes from, again, knowing your identity, knowing who you are on offense, who you are on defense and special teams. I think the team is finding their way, and I think again the last portion of last week is going to be a huge boost throughout the season.
Jeff, I want to go back to something you said about the physicality Carolina was playing with against Virginia. I thought it was the best game Carolina's offensive line has played this season, and some of that was the physicality. As an offensive lineman, what's that feeling like when you're starting to be able to do whatever you want to do on offense, and what you're working with up front's a big reason why?
It don't get any better, Jones. Oh, my goodness. You're on cloud nine, and you saw the way they were playing. They were laughing. They're getting up, hyped up, picking up the running back, 10 and 15 yards down the field. They're taking shots and driving guys off the ball and dumping them. And you just see, and here's the thing. Offensive lines, whether you know football or not, let me help you. Offensive lines drive the tempo of your football team. And when they start getting excited, everybody gets excited. It's infectious, right? It goes to the running backs and the receivers, and then big plays start happening down there, and they're high-hipping receivers, which, by the way, I would have never done because that kind of athleticism. But when you see that, and you see their personalities begin to come out, and again, I think the biggest point is you don't have to be perfect, because there's the running backs can make you look better, right? Sam can make you look better by the pull and getting outside. The receivers can make you look better in the quick screen game. But everybody begins to build off each other, and I think that's what you saw. Is you saw guys really starting to feel it, playing excited, and you got to play football with emotion. This game is not a game you can walk in emotionless and expect to produce. And when you see those guys getting fired up, man, I know it got me fired up, baby. I was ready to watch it happen and go get back on the field and strap it up.
That's what we needed. When you're down here, or when you're up here to Chapel Hill again, Jeff, we'll just start getting you to do some high hips with some of the Tar Heels, do a little celebrate. Maybe you and I can go try one, then you and I can both go over to the UNC hospitals together and see how we're feeling afterward. Jeff, man, thanks for the time as always. Love talking with you. Appreciate the insight, and we'll talk with you next week.
Love it, brother. Go Heels.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in the Triangle. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. And while the Tar Heels and Jackets play inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight, Atlanta will always be home to Carolina's biggest road comeback. In 2015, Carolina fell into a 3-touchdown hole at Georgia Tech, but was willed to a 38-31 victory by quarterback Marquise Williams.
Man, I knew he was going to come back. I mean, it was just like put the team on your back, dude. And, we was moving the ball, but we just couldn't punch it in early on. And I was like, man, if it's not there, you put the team on your back and you get the extra yards. And that's what I started to do more towards the second half. If it wasn't there, I'll take off and I get the first down or I get whatever the case was. And, man, I knew we was not going to leave, and I knew I let them guys down to get South Carolina, and I wasn't going to put myself in that position again. So, it was like I said, it was early on in the season again, and I knew it was time for us. I had to find a way to dig deep, and I found a way to dig deep with a lot of help with the other guys, with Switzer, Quinshad, and Bug Howard, and the offensive line. It was just all a whole team effort, man. We just came together, and we was like, we're not losing this game. We're not losing this game, and we down, and we're going to fight back. And we just kept telling ourselves it was 0-0. Every time they scored, it was 0-0, honestly. And we just found some grit in them, and we was just ready to get it done.
From down 21-0 to down 21-14 at the half to 38-31 winners. You talk about a lot of names from the past there, Marquise. How tight-knit a unit was that bunch en route to all the success you eventually had?
Oh, man, that unit, man, was one of the best times of my life. Those are great guys, man, and we just, it started in the summer workouts. It started actually winter workouts to spring to, summer, man. We was just finding ways just to get closer and to come together and just to buy in and doing everything right. And, man, that group was one of the best groups I've ever been around in my life. And, man, I wish I could do it again because, like I said, those are my brothers. And we just knew that, man, if one couldn't do it, the other we had somebody that was going to come in behind us and do it. And there was always backups that was just good as the starters, man. And we just had that connection. We locked in as a group, and we locked in as seniors. Me, Landon Turner, Jeff Schottmer, Quinshad Davis, Shakir Rashad, and, those main guys. As leaders, we locked in, and we knew that we had to lead these guys. And like I say, that brotherhood right there with those guys are still the same as today. And it was fun, man. It was a fun ride for us that 2015 season.
It's former Carolina quarterback Marquise Williams, who certainly made a name for himself in this ball game. And from one legend to another, let's go from Marquise to Lee Pace down on the field for today's Field Report, brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, the choice in North Carolina for keeping you in the game of life. Lee, that big comeback Queese was talking about happened at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Tonight's action will unfold inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and it is picture perfect, is it not?
Boy, it really is, Dave. They call it the Benz. It opened in August of 2017. It was actually under construction next door to the Georgia Dome when Carolina was here to play Georgia to open the 2016 season. It's just over a mile south from Bobby Dodd Stadium. Georgia Tech announced last year that it was going to play one home game a year here in the Mercedes-Benz. They call it Mayhem at the Mercedes-Benz. They've got a big retractable roof that has just opened about an hour ago. They call it the window to the city. They open it up just to give it a more realistic outdoor venue during good weather, but also technically we're now an outdoor arena, and it prevents having everybody inside to wear a mask here during COVID times. Couple notes about the Tar Heel offense, Dave, looking at the offensive line. Back to the original starting lineup that was scheduled to start the year. Brian Anderson is at center, Josh Izudu is at left guard, and Jordan Tucker is back at right tackle. So the Tar Heels do have that starting line back, but Ed Montelis and William Barnes, who played so well last week, are also ready to go in a backup role.
All right, good stuff from Lee Pace down on the field as we get ready to take a timeout. Upon our return, Jones begins his conversation with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown, in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner from Lear Field.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks. pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allura Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reed's.com.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a great offer on a new Honda, and be on your way to remote beach weekends, deep forest discoveries, and sunsets next to a campfire that you built yourself. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda CR-V, Ridgeline, or the all-new 2022 Civic.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Exclude Civic Type R. See dealer for financing details.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Hi, it's Jones Angel. Thanks for staying tuned to our friends here in Rutherford County. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
The Reed's Jewelers pregame show continues with the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, where we send things over to Jones and Coach Brown. It's brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to continentaltire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina back on the road, this time in Atlanta, to face Georgia Tech. And, Coach, you've talked a lot about those first 3 games of the season. Virginia Tech, Georgia State, Virginia. You had made that a mini-season. Now you're looking at the next 4 games of the year as the next sequence of games that you've really highlighted. That starts tonight. What do you like about breaking the season up that way for your team and kind of making mini seasons within the season?
There's a couple of things, Jones. Number one, I don't want our guys looking ahead. And if you start looking at the Notre Dame game or the Miami game, this is important tonight. And if we do not beat Georgia Tech tonight, then we can't get where we want to go. It changes who we are. And so I want them looking at every game. And those seasons get long. You start looking at 12 games, they drift, and people are talking about this one and that one. I want them talking about this one. So let's focus on the away game tonight with Georgia Tech. Let's focus on the next 3 at home and cut our season into 1. And even in preseason, I wanted them talking about those 2 Virginia teams. I didn't want them talking about Miami and Georgia or in Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and the other games. So it's more of a focal point of let's look at what we've got right in front of us. And I want them to be excited about playing here tonight in front of a great Carolina crowd. But I want them also to know you got 3 more at home coming up. So let's get our win tonight and take it back to Chapel Hill with 3 great weeks ahead.
Carolina's offensive line had arguably its best performance of the season a week ago in the victory over Virginia. And, Coach, that was even with some subs playing heavy snaps. How can it benefit you long-term when guys like William Barnes and Q Johnson and Ed Montelis contribute the way that they did this past week?
It limits the number of plays that the guys that go out there first have to play, number one. So you're not as tired and you're not as apt to get hurt. When you get tired, you've got more chance to get hurt, and you've got a more of a mentality of I can loaf, I can take a play off because I'm just tired. The second thing, it helps team morale, because when other guys get to play, more people get excited about playing, Mama's happy, Dad's happy. They're all happy that their sons have a chance to play. So more people practice well because they know they've got a chance to play. And so depth in college sports, college football is so key because you're going to have some injuries. You got a sport that people hit each other every day. And when you have those injuries, it's an excuse to talk about injuries. You got to talk about next opportunities. And that's what happened last week with our offensive line. I was really afraid during the week that 3 starters weren't practicing, and I thought, man, this is bad timing, especially since we had struggled at Virginia Tech and even some at Georgia State in the first half. We didn't block them very well. But so proud of Stacy Searles and the way they responded last week.
Coach, you've really stressed special teams, and you've talked about the need for Carolina to come up with some big plays, particularly in the punt aspect of special teams, and Carolina's really responded. Blocked a punt against Georgia State, had a long return by Josh Downs to get you in great field position against Virginia. What's the difference been in that area in your mind that we have seen play out on the field here the last couple of weeks?
Javon DeWitt he's here in his second year. We had spring practice. We've got better players. We've got more depth. And all of those things help. Plus, we brought Larry Porter in, the special teams coach from Auburn. He's working with kickoff return. Stacy Searles is working with the field goal unit, extra point and field goal. So it took some of the pressure off Javon. But we've told our guys the really great teams in college football win with special teams. We haven't done that yet. We've been a good team. To be a great team, we've got to take another step. And I see them doing that now, and I'm really, really proud of them. Jonathan Kim also has kicked every kickoff in a position where nobody could return it, 22 in a row. So you got to take your kicking game, you got to take your running game, and you got to stop the run on the road to have a chance to win. And all those phases are really key for tonight's game.
Tar Heels will try and do that tonight against Georgia Tech. Coach and I will take a closer look at the opponent when we return a little later in our pregame show.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel state through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Magic Moments, presented by the Campaign for Carolina. creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
Carolina traveled to Bobby Dodd Stadium in Atlanta on October 4th, 2015, with two troublesome trends in its windshield. A string of 8 straight losses on Georgia Tech's home field and the always vexing flexbone option offense of Tech coach Paul Johnson. Late in the first half, it looked like more of the same for the Tar Heels, who trailed 21-0 and were yielding chunks of yards to Tech's now you see it, now you don't approach to handling the football. But the Tar Heel defense settled down after halftime, and the offense led by senior quarterback Marquise Williams started clicking as well. Twice already in their careers, receiver Quinshaw Davis had hit Williams for a touchdown pass on gadget plays, and the Davis to Williams combo provided an encore early in the fourth quarter with a 37-yard beauty.
TJ Logan, he'll sweep to the far side. Now a reverse to Quinshaw Davis. Throwback, Williams, touchdown. Carolina, the Tar Heels have the lead.
The rally from a 21-0 deficit was the largest in program history, and the Tar Heels escaped with a 38-31 win. Just the spark of momentum they needed to reel off 11 straight wins and collect the ACC Coastal Division title.
That moment is presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. We're about 15 minutes away from kickoff, presented by Geico, and 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Let's check in with Georgia Tech head football coach Jeff Collins, who is in his 3rd season in Atlanta, and he says that the setting for tonight's game only adds to a pivotal Coastal Division showdown.
We've got a big matchup against a great team in a great venue. One of the cool things about being able to play in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, 0.9 miles away from here, is we get to do it. Every single guy that's in our program, every single year that they're here, will play in that stadium at least once. Every guy that we're going to end up signing, this class, the next class, every single year will play a game in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We say this all the time, and it's true. This is the best college venue in the country. Downtown Atlanta is amazing in Bobby Dodd Stadium, but the ability to play one game a year in Mercedes-Benz, which is arguably the greatest pro stadium in the world, says a lot, and I'm excited that our guys get to experience that.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply. This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point in Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. Your purchase depends on this new vehicle at the lower price or refund you 110% of the difference. Not valid with new rebates, interest rate, price changes, or trade-ins.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days. The Reach Jewelers pregame show continues as we get ready for Carolina and Georgia Tech. And we'll continue with our Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. Lee's 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Well, the one that has everybody's eyes on right now in Raleigh is the second overtime. Clemson and NC State have gone back and forth. Clemson faced with a 4th and 5 in double overtime. State with the lead 27-21. So if State gets the stop here, then the Wolfpack prevail over the Tigers, and we'll give you that final score if one comes our way before our next timeout. Speaking of earlier finals, it was Boston College knocking off Missouri 41-34 in overtime earlier today. New Hampshire falls to Pittsburgh 77-7. Virginia Tech 21, Richmond 10. Central Connecticut shut out by Miami as the Canes win 69-0. Florida State falls at home to Louisville 31-23. And Duke currently in a score fest against Kansas. The Blue Devils lead the Jayhawks 52-33 with just over 5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Clemson's last gasp at tying the game has fallen short, and NC State has just knocked off the Clemson Tigers in double overtime. Final score, State 27, Clemson 21, and the final ACC game tonight pits Carolina at Georgia Tech. Some late-breaking Carolina injury news. Tyrone Hopper out for the remainder of the season with an upper body injury. And for tonight's game, Storm Duck is out with a lower body injury. It's the Tar Heels and Yellow Jackets coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll step aside and come back with part 2 of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner from Learfield.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mack Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
The Tar Heels trying to get their second consecutive ACC win after knocking off Virginia last week in Chapel Hill. No easy outs in this year's ACC, and so we'll see what unfolds tonight inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. With that being said, let's go back over to Jones, who's standing by with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown, for another installment of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire and innovative technology, driving confidence for a dealer near you. Just go to ContinentalTire.com.
With that strange COVID season of 2020, Carolina and Georgia Tech did not play one another, but the division foes meet again tonight in Atlanta. And I'm inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Coach, Georgia Tech 1-2 through 3 games, but that might be a little deceiving. They're coming off an impressive showing last week. Even though it was in defeat, they took Clemson to the absolute wire, falling by just 6, and that was on the road in Death Valley.
Yes, in fact, Clemson fumbled a ball and luckily got back on it for a safety that kept Georgia Tech from winning the game.
Yep.
at the end. And then Tech had the ball down at the 4 way late with a chance to score and go for 2 and win the game. So this is a different Georgia Tech team than our fans saw 2 years ago. It's a different Georgia Tech team with Yates at quarterback than it was in the opener, where they lost their quarterback and had some trouble in that opening game. And they're much better and they're much improved in their 4th game than they were their 1st game. Jeff Collins has done a good job. They've recruited well. Defensively, they've got 14 guys that have started at one time or another. They can run. They're physical. They helped Clemson to the lowest offensive output in many, many years. So this is real, and we'll have our hands full tonight.
Coach, you mentioned the defense, Tech allowing just under 286 yards per game in total, and they're best in the ACC as far as passing yards allowed, just 124 of them on average through 3 weeks. You mentioned the depth. Do you think that's what has allowed them to be so successful, or is it something else in your mind?
I do. They're athletic. I've always thought Georgia Tech was a great job because you got so many tremendous players around you, and the high school coaches do such a great job that coaches at Georgia Tech can get players. So they can run, they're physical, they've got depth. They're getting more confident with their defense. And we'll see all that tonight.
Coach, this is another late kick, 7:30, this time on the road. How do you walk that balance of keeping your players engaged throughout the day, but also trying to make sure they're as fresh as possible when you have a later kick?
We get them up, we keep them moving, we have special teams meetings. We let them sleep in a little bit this morning, and then you have special team walkthroughs, you have player meetings, you have offense-defense meetings, we have team meetings, and then Coach Hess actually stretches them and has a time of the day where they get up and move around, because the one thing you don't want, Jones, these guys are tired. They work all the time, and you don't want them trying to relax before a game and laying there and sleeping all day and coming out flat. So we keep them up and keep them moving. They can sleep on the way home on that play.
Hopefully they're going to be sleeping happy after this one. A tough matchup on the road, Carolina and Georgia Tech. Coach, as always, thank you for your time, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you, Jones.
And that's part 2 of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with Jones and Coach Brown. Well, it's already been a wild day of college football here as we hit the bottom of the hour. 3 top 15 teams have lost. Texas A&M falls to Arkansas. Clemson, as we told you, lost in double overtime at North Carolina State, 27-21. And Iowa State has fallen to Baylor. The Tar Heels ranked number 21 in this week's poll in Atlanta, taking on Georgia Tech. As we creep towards the kickoff from Mercedes-Benz Stadium, we'll take our final break of the Reach Jewelers pregame show, come back with our keys to the game, and then we'll get things started with the Tar Heels and Jackets from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Carolina and Georgia Tech about 6 minutes away from getting things kicked off in Atlanta, which means we've still got time for our Keys to the Game segment brought to you by Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big with huge savings on your favorite Honda model. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Jones, my key for this one, it just simply comes down to quarterback play. It's become pretty evident that beating Carolina is going to be tough when Sam Howell is at his best, and that's right where he's been the last 2 weeks with his willingness to be a dual threat.
Yeah, speaking of dual threat, I'm going with offensive balance. And last week the Tar Heels showed how dangerous they can be offensively when both facets are performing at a high level. Brian, if Carolina can find a similar balance tonight and moving forward, man, they have the potential for a lot of success.
Yeah, and on defense, we talked about how good they were against the run game last week. So let's focus on the passing game. Let's see if we can get those things cleaned up. Let's see if we can be solid in the passing game, but also continue to be stout in the run game. If you do that, now you can start talking about being consistently good.
Let's go down the sideline. Lee, how about you?
Jones, I'm going to be paying attention to the middle eight, as Mac Brown calls it, the last 4 minutes of the first game, the first second quarter, the first 4 minutes of the third quarter. Really key to play well in both those little divisions. He talks about last year at Florida State, the Tar Heels gave up 21 points to FSU in the last 3 minutes. How about last week, 14 points to Virginia going into halftime. The Tar Heels have got to finish the first half strong, come out fighting the third quarter.
Yeah, that second quarter is the only quarter, and now, granted, this is a little bit of, you're just kind of picking and choosing, but the only quarter that Carolina's been outscored this year has been the second quarter. The opponents have outscored them 35-13, and a big reason for that is how well they have closed those quarters and, in turn, first halves. We'll see if that changes tonight. So neither team on the field just yet, but we have plenty of time to give you our starting lineups. Let's start with the Tar Heels, and we don't know who's getting the ball first. Let's just go with the two offenses. Of course, Sam Howell, the 6'1 junior from Indian Trail, North Carolina, will be the quarterback. Sam, 77 career touchdowns, and 9 of them already this season. The 77 touchdowns, by the way, 6th most in ACC history. Ty Chandler, the graduate transfer from Tennessee, will be the Tar Heel tailback, 198 yards last week, a career high, not just for his time in Carolina, but his time in Tennessee as well. We anticipate Antoine Green, Emory Simmons, and Josh Downs, the 3 receivers. Garrett Walston, Kamari Morales will be the 2 main tight ends. Walston has been the starter, the graduate student from Wilmington. We'll keep an eye on that O-line. Remember last week there were some changes due to some starters who did not practice the entire week, but the regular starting rotation, Awesome Richards at left tackle, Josh Azudu left guard, Brian Anderson the center, Marcus McKeithen at right guard, Jordan Tucker at right tackle. Now for Georgia Tech, they actually don't put out an anticipated starting lineup or depth chart. They just put out what they call above the line, which are the players who have earned the right to play at those positions. So these are a little bit more of an educated guess than an official word from the Jackets. But Jordan Yates, the redshirt freshman from Alpharetta, TJ Yates' nephew, is the anticipated starter at quarterback. Jahmyr Gibbs, talented young player. And Georgia Tech also, when we give their classes, Georgia Tech did not count last year on anybody's class as far as their eligibility. Of course, everybody got that year back. So Gibbs played all last year, for example, the tailback, but they still list him as a true freshman. Malachi Carter, Kalani Norris, and Kyrick McGowan are the 3 receivers. Dylan Leonard at tight end, left to right on the O-line, Devin Cochran, Kenny Cooper, Mikey Minahan, Ryan Johnson, and Jordan Williams. It appears that Cooper may not start at left guard. The veteran player, we have heard he might be a little banged up. If he doesn't go, Nick Pendley, a redshirt freshman, a transfer from Mississippi State, would be the man who would likely take his place. On the defensive side, Carolina anticipates going with Tamari Fox, Raymond Vahasek, Miles Murphy, and Tamon Fox up front. Don Chapman, the nickel back for the Tar Heels. Inside backers, Jeremiah Gimmel. We'll see if it's Cedric Gray or Eugene Asante. Gray got the start last week. Chris Collins would be the other outside backer with Tamon Fox. McMichael and Grimes, the corners. Jaquarius Conley, Trey Morrison, the safeties. Did get late word, Storm Duck unavailable today for the Tar Heels due to a lower body problem. So remember, DeAndre Hollins is out as well for the rest of the season. So if Carolina has to make a sub at corner, we'll see who it is. Likely Obi Egbuna would be the first man there. All right, two teams are meeting at midfield for the coin toss. Let's head down. And
it's heads. You won the toss. You want to defer? Georgia Tech won the toss, deferred their option to the second half. You want the football? Which way you want to kick?
So Carolina loses the
Turn your back here.
toss. So they'll have the ball first, Georgia Tech deferring. So we've given you all the starters, including the Tar Heel offense. Let's quickly give you the Georgia Tech defense. And again, unclear on the way that Georgia Tech is going to come out. They don't list a regular formation. We'll give you what we anticipate, which is a 4-3, but that's going to be very fluid, let's say. Jared Ivey and Jordan Dominic, the defensive ends. Jamon Brooks and Jaquan Griffin, the tackles. Charlie Thomas, Quez Jackson, and Allende Ely, the three linebackers. And those three backers are good. They've all flown around defensively for Georgia Tech this year. Trey Swilling, his dad was the great player for Georgia Tech, Pat Swilling. He's at one corner along with Zamari Walton. And the two safeties, Wanye Thomas, normally Tariq Carpenter, but Carpenter out the first half for this game due to a targeting flag in the second half of the game last week against Clemson. Jalen King is the anticipated starter in his place. So Carolina will be returning the kick from right to left. DJ Jones, good to see him out there. He has missed the last couple of games. He is back to return this kick along with Caleb Hood. Jones on the far hash, Hood on the near. And again, Carolina will be returning this from right to left here in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Gavin Stewart is the kickoff man for Georgia Tech. Another night game for the Heels, this time on the road. Thanks for being here. End-over-end kick is on the way. Hood will let it sail over his head into the end zone. It's a touchback. Carolina will start with the football at the 25-yard line. 56th meeting, Carolina and Georgia Tech. Heels come in 2-1, 1-1 in conference play. Georgia Tech 1-2, and 0-1 in the league. O-line's coming out, and it is back to the regular five. So Richards, Izudu, Anderson, McKeithen, and Tucker. Of course, Montelis, Johnson, and Barnes all played very well last week, getting elevated snaps. So we expect to see those guys out there some. No big surprises for the Heels. Three receivers are indeed Simmons, Green, and Downs. Howell, the quarterback, Walston at tight end, and Chandler is the running back. So, Carolina moving right to left. They get the ball first, and it's going to be a handoff to Chandler. Breaks through a tackle at the 27 or 28, but then is stood up and pushed back by Quez Jackson at around the 30-yard line. So, good solid gain of 4 on first down for Carolina on the run. It will be 2nd and 6. Heels already up to the line of scrimmage. Howell in the shotgun. He'll clap his hands, pull it away from Chandler. Has time to throw. He's going to try a deep one down the near sideline. Green had a step, but the throw too far. Green had Trey Swilling beaten, but Howell's throw just a yard or two too far. That'll bring up a quick third down for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, and just an absolutely non-route by Green. And like you said, he has Swilling beat. And Sam overthrew it just a little bit. Normally Sam is money on those throws, but missed that one early on. Sometimes early in the game, your juices can be flowing a little too much. And I think that one got away from Sam a little too much.
So it's going to be 3rd and 6 for Carolina off the 29-yard line. Heels in all white. Howell looks to his right, nothing there. He's going to scramble out of the pocket near side. He has the first down and more. Howell over the 40 and steps out of bounds around the 45-yard line. And, man, I think we probably just shouldn't be surprised anymore. Howell has used his legs so effectively, and he scrambles for 16 in the first down.
Absolutely. If you're Georgia Tech defense, those are the plays that really hurt you. You do a great job on 1st and 2nd down, or you at least get them in 3rd and long, and then Sam breaks the pocket and able to pick it up. Right now, they're double teaming Josh Downs in the slot, so it's going to be hard to get the ball to him early on.
Tar Heels dump it in the flat left side, an immediate tackle. Nice job by Jalen King as he spins down the Tar Heel tight end Garrett Walston for no gain. And really good play by King. If he doesn't make that tackle, Walston has a lot of room to run, but good one-on-one stop, so it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and they see that Downs is getting double teamed, so what do? They put him in the backfield, get him off the line, get him moving, and now it's harder to double him.
Now he's going to slip out to the slot position left side. 2nd and 10, Carolina going right to left. First possession of the ball game. Howe to throw again. Great protection, and Howe again overshoots his intended receiver down the near sideline. This time it was Walston. Walston had a step, but there was a safety rotating over. Jalen King had flashed in front of Walston, so not the worst thing there that was overthrown, because that may have been problems if it had been a more accurate pass. 3rd and 10 coming up. Tar Heels on their own 45, near hash, going right to left. Not a full house in the 71,000-seat Mercedes-Benz Stadium, but enough to make some noise here for the Heels on 3rd and 10. Howe looking to his left. Got to get out of his hands quickly, looking for Green, and too tall. As Green, down the near numbers, was bottled up, and the Tar Heels going to have to punt. That was the first time that Tech was able to get to Howe, made him throw a little earlier than he wanted. And Carolina's going to have to kick it away.
Yeah, and that was good coverage either way. I mean, there was nothing there for Green. Great coverage by Georgia Tech on that play.
So in 4 games, Carolina has scored 2 touchdowns and now had to punt twice on its opening possession of the game. Kiernan, who did not have a punt last week, rolls out to the right, boots it away. Catch made by Kyrick McGowan around the 15. Gracious me. Big contact on the tackle. I believe that was Cameron Roseman Sinclair, the Tar Heel reserve safety, who popped McGowan. Physical tackle on the punt. And Georgia Tech will take over. Let's see. It's going to be right around the 20-yard line. It'll be on the 19. Will be the official spot. So a 40-yard kick by Kiernan and a 4-yard return. Georgia Tech starting on its own 19-yard line. It is indeed Yates at the quarterback spot, as the Jackets going to go from left to right off the 19. Cedric Gray, by the way, getting to start at one of those inside backer positions along with Gimmel. Yates to throw, pressure coming, so he steps out of it, scoots over the 20 and dives forward to the 23-yard line. Vahasik, I believe, going to be the man in the area who will be credited with that tackle as he knocked down Yates after the scramble gain of 4.
Yeah, really good job by Vahasik, using his hands, getting off of blocks and running to the ball carrier. That's what you want to see from your big guys in the interior of the defensive line.
Georgia Tech's first possession, no score. Yates, quick hitter to the far side. Breaking a tackle is McGowan. Got by McMichael, but then multiple Tar Heels there to take him down at the 26-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play. And it will bring up a quick 3rd down for Georgia Tech. This will be 3rd and 3 from the 26-yard line. No score. Carolina had to punt after getting 1 first down on its initial possession. Yates going to keep it on the ground, and that is not enough, I don't believe, for the first down. He handed off to Jahmyr Gibbs. He was spun down, looks like a yard shy of the first down at the 28. And Georgia Tech's going to send out the punting unit.
Yeah, good job by Carolina. Good job of getting off the field. Your offense has to punt, and you go to get Georgia Tech off the field in a 3 and out. Now just make sure you line on sides on the punt return. You don't want to give up a cheap first down here with 4th and 1.
This is a very short. It's 4th and 1, so just got to be careful here. Carolina blocks the punt. It's blocked. The Jackets jump on it around the 40, and Carolina, for the 2nd time this year, blocks the kick. Carolina's going to have it on the Jacket side of the 50.
The punt was touched by the kicking team, but recovered by the receiving team by rule. It's dead. First down.
Gio Biggers was the Tar Heel who flashed in and got the block. The junior from Woodbridge, Virginia. And Bryant McBrown has harped on it, that he wanted big plays in special teams, and Biggers provided it there.
Yes, sir. He got one. And you always talk about on your punt block team and your field goal block teams, don't anticipate getting blocked. And then when you do get blocked, keep your pads down and run through contact, and Biggers did both.
So Carolina's going to get quality field position after the block punt at Georgia Tech's 40-yard line, and the Heels going to try to take advantage of it. How to throw. A lot of time to do so. Rifles through the hands of Antoine Green on the near sideline. And it will be second down. Howe, for the most part, has had a lot of time to throw, but hadn't really found anybody comfortable to throw to. He's just 1 for 4. And the one completion was for 0 yards. That was on the little dump off to Walston. So 2nd and 10. Still no score. 11:19 to go in the first quarter. There's a completion near side. It's Green again, and he's able to spin around Trey Swilling for a couple extra yards before Swilling drops him down around the 25. It'll be officially marked at the 26, a gain of 14, and a first down for the Tar Heels. Heels going right to left, ball on the near hash. Early first quarter, Carolina had to punt on its first possession, then blocked a punt to get good field position. Howe claps his hands, pulls it away from the back. Chandler goes to Downs on the right side. Downs dances over the 25 to the 23. So not a lot there, just a gain of 3 on the play.
They're just trying to get the ball out really quickly to get Josh Downs an opportunity to touch the football early on.
Heels moving quickly as well as Howe keeps it, jukes a man. He's over the 15. Oh, bounces off 3 Jackets and scores! Sam Howe flexing on Georgia Tech for 6. Holy cow. I was about to tell you how worried I was about the big hit he took at the 10, but he just pinballed off of it and went to the end zone.
Yeah, the one thing we can sit up here and talk about Sam getting down, but in Sam's mind, he is not getting down. Sam is running through contact and trying to get extra yardage, and you have to love his toughness.
Howe with the 23-yard touchdown run. Atkins on to try and add the extra point, which he does. And it was a good read. On top of everything else, it was a great read by Howe.
Yep.
The Georgia Tech DN crashed in on Chandler. Howe kept it, went around the right side, and manned up the rest of the way to the end zone. Tar Heels take the 7-0 lead. 10:23 to go in the first quarter. So the block punt turns into a 4-play, 40-yard touchdown drive for Carolina. Heels on top 7-0 from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
Now continues to show his evolution in this ground game. 39 yards rushing, and now his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season gives Carolina the 7-0 lead. StubHub's the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get tickets delivered instantly. StubHub's the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. And Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, that would have been an impressive run for a tailback. That was a quarterback bouncing off all those defenders for the score.
Well, and everybody here on the sideline is giddy in celebration over Sam, but Sam just wanted to catch his breath, and he actually had couple discussions with his receivers. There were a couple of miscommunications and a couple things going on in the passing game. So he wants to get that passing game going, Jones. 71,000 capacity here, probably 2/3 full. Nobody in the upper deck, but beyond that, it's loud and rowdy. Georgia Tech fans and students in both the end zones. So whenever Sam and the offense goes to either side, they're going to get a lot of noise here tonight.
Another touchback off the foot of Jonathan Kim, who's now 23 for 23 on the season in that category. Yeah, how surprised are you that the least impressed person on that touchdown run was Sam Howell? He wanted to go fix something else. Yeah, that's fine, guys. Touchdown. Let me go talk to the receivers, get that figured out. All right, so Georgia Tech's going to have it at the 25-yard line. Tar Heels up 7-0. Jackets moving from left to right here in the first quarter. 10:23 to go. That drive took 1 minute and 3 seconds, by the way, for the Heels after the block punt. Yates to throw. Couldn't go in the flat near side because Cedric Gray had flashed in the passing lane. So Yates just runs up the middle. Gained some positive yardage for Vohasek. Murphy take him down for a gain of just 1. And it's 2nd and 9.
And they try to give Gibbs the ball out on a swing pass, and if he could have caught it, he had blockers out front, and it probably would have been a big game for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, so big play by Gray to flash in there in the passing lane and not allow Yates to throw the football. He will here, though. Completion to the 30 and an immediate tackle. That's big old Tamon Fox running out there and dropping the receiver, Malachi Carter, right around the 30-yard line. They'll say forward progress, the 31. And, Brian, that's something Tamon has said he feels like he's really improved is his coverage ability. And you saw him close a lot of space there and make the quick tackle.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a DB closing on it, and then I realized, because I was going to say, make sure you come to balance and make the tackle, but a great job by Tamon Fox. He didn't do that. He just ran through, and that's what you do one of the two. Like, if you're going to go full speed, and that's what Tamon Fox did and made an excellent tackle.
3rd and 4 for Georgia Tech. Yates going to throw again. Pressure right in his face, and down he goes. Miles Murphy flashing into the backfield and dropping the Georgia Tech QB. It is a Food Lion sack to give back, and it's also going to give the Tar Heel punt return unit another opportunity because the Jackets go 3 and out.
Yeah, right now I don't think Georgia Tech can block us up front, and I think Georgia Tech is doing themselves a disservice by trying to throw the football, but I know exactly why they're doing it, because they're taking the playbook from last week. But you have to be true to yourself and understand your matchups, and right now I don't think they can block us up front.
Carolina just blocked a punt. Georgia Tech ready to go again. This one gets away cleanly. Downs had a 38-yard return last week. He's going to get a chance off the 26-yard line here. Starts right, and he's tripped up as he tried to angle back to the left. Cade Long, who is the long snapper for Georgia Tech, is the man.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, number 0 on the receiving team. 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the spot of the end of the run. That is number 0's first unsportsmanlike.
Well, you heard that was the voice of our referee tonight, Gary Patterson. So number 0, I believe that's Conley, who's on the punt return unit for Carolina. Of course, the Heels have 2 zeros, Jaquarius Conley and Emory Simmons. I'm pretty confident, though, that it is Conley who is a part of that special teams and not Simmons. So 15 yards after the tackle by Cade Long on Downs. You move the 15 yards back. Carolina will start at the 19 when we return. 8:18 to play first quarter. Carolina 7, Georgia Tech nothing. Tar Heels have the football from Learfield.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mack Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Carolina will have the football, 7-0 Tar Heels. 8:18 to go, first quarter. That's a good punt by Georgia Tech. It's a 54-yard punt. Downs had an 8-yard return, but all that's going to be nullified due to the flag. And it was Conley, just to confirm, the number 0 who picked up that personal foul. So Conley with one personal foul now. If he gets another, he's out of the game. The Tar Heel talented safety. But it's going to be the Tar Heel offense on the field right now. And Brian, good start. Carolina, though, and Lee mentioned it, would like to get a little more timing in that passing game. It seems like Hal has not exactly been able to do what he wants in that area to this point.
Well, because obviously with Josh Downs having the numbers he's had is for a reason. That's Sam's guy. And right now they're not going to allow you to get the ball to Josh. They're doubling. They're playing underneath with the corner or the nickel play, and then they're playing over top with the safety. So early on, you're going to have to go to somebody else, run the football, and then that should loosen some things up.
It's still Chandler back there with Howell, and he gets handed the football, coming to the near side, stretches to the left, now cuts up the field, and eventually is wrangled down by multiple Jackets. I'll say one thing, man, Georgia Tech tackles hard. They bring the wood when they were there. Wanye Thomas, Quez Jackson, a couple of the Georgia Tech players involved on that hit after a gain of 3.
Yeah, they do a good job of what you call meeting at the football, and they do that as a defense. They run, and they play with a lot of effort.
Ball on the near hash as the Heels go right to left, 7:48 and counting in it the first quarter. Howell play action, whips it to Downs. He is drilled after making a terrific catch in the middle of the field. Boy, he was absolutely nailed by Jalen King, but Downs does pop up, goes to the sideline. He'll catch his breath after he caught the football for a gain of 14 and a first down.
Absolutely. And if you're going to be a slot receiver in this game, you understand that you're going to have to take some of those punishments to make catches, and Josh Downs did exactly that.
He takes a knee on the sideline to catch his breath as Carolina puts Stephen Gosnell in there at the slot position. Meanwhile, they hand off to Chandler on first down for a solid gain up the gut of 5. It will be 2nd and 5 from the Carolina 41-yard line. So the Heels now with Green wide left, Chaufrey Brown in there wide right, Gosnell in at slot left. He's now going in motion to set up on the right side. Chandler is the tailback standing to the right of Sam Howell. 2nd and 5, Howell hands off to Chandler. Coming left side behind the block of Morales, riding a Georgia Tech defender for a first down to the 48-yard line. For the Jackets, it was Ayinde Ely, the linebacker, on the back of Chandler as he carried him down the field. And DJ Jones now coming in for the first time. He'll get a carry, or he'll get some action for the Tar Heels for the first time since the Virginia Tech game.
And right now this offensive line seems like they're getting in a groove in terms of run blocking, being very productive on first downs with getting big carries.
Howell to throw on 1st and 10 all day to do so. Now he's going to try and scramble, just never got what he wanted and was just able to dive back close to the line of scrimmage. Quez Jackson going to be credited. Let's see, I think it will be credited as a sack because Howell loses a yard on the play.
Yep.
And he had time to throw. That was one of the patented coverage sacks. Absolutely. Where Howell just could not find anybody down the field and eventually tried to tuck it but ran out of time.
Yeah. And nothing's wrong with that. That's the right decision to make. It's better than trying to force a football and turning it over. Right now you are moving the football. You score points. Just be patient.
7-0 Carolina. Downs back in, gets the tunnel screen, but a great job by Georgia Tech defending it and drilling Downs at the 45. And Carolina will be looking at a 3rd and long. The stop for the Jackets was Charlie Thomas, who's really played well for them at the linebacker position early this season. And it's now 3rd and 13. Tar Heels on their own 45-yard line. Ball close to the far hash as the Heels go right to left with a 7-0 lead. 5:10 to go in quarter number 1. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far for Howell on 3rd and long. Pressure coming, Howell pump fake, and now he's going to be dropped way back Charlie Thomas, Jordan Dominic, and Kyle Kennard, all Jackets who were in the area. And Howe just didn't have much time to do anything. That is a sack loss of 12. And Carolina will have to kick it away because it's 4th and 25. Jackets have been able to get to Howe a couple times in that drive and pressured him a few other times as Kiernan boots a deep one away. Fair catch called for and made inside the 20-yard line by Georgia Tech. Let's take a quick 10-second station ID break. Heels up 10-0 on the Tar Heels Sports Network. .47-yard kick by Kiernan. Georgia Tech will have it on its own 20 after this. 7-0 Tar Heels, 4:23 to go first quarter from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Conference win over Missouri, 41-34 in overtime today. Eagles scored on the initial possession of the extra time, then had an interception to seal it. NC State winning in double overtime against Clemson, 27-21. And Florida State still winless. They lose at home to Louisville, 31-23. Just a couple of the storylines from this weekend. Carolina up 7-0 here. Reminder about syncmygame.com. Easy instructions on how to listen to the radio while synced up to the TV. Syncmygame.com, SYNC, mygame.com. And right now you're hearing Georgia Tech with the football and having their best play of the day. A run around the right side over the 40, over the 45, and knocked out near midfield is Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs able to get free. I think I may have told you right side. He actually went around the left of that defensive front, or excuse me, of that offensive line, and big gain, 29 yards on the ground for Gibbs. We'll check in with Lee in just a second, but Georgia Tech has already gone up and is ready to go. They'll keep it on the ground again, and this time not much. Jeremiah Gimmel knifes into the backfield and makes the stop after a gain of 2. Ball does move over to the Tar Heel side at the 49. Let's check in with Lee. Lee, what's going on?
Well, just following up on the noise element here on the field at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Jones, on that third down sack by Georgia Tech and that big run on first down there. A lot more noise in this enclosed arena, although the retractable roof is still open. A lot more noise here than there ever was at Grant Field, so I'm sure Georgia Tech officials are getting what they want out of what they're calling mayhem in the bins.
Gain of 3 officially on that run, so 2nd and 7 for Georgia Tech. Yates in the shotgun. Receives the snap, read option, keeps it himself, dancing through some tacklers, and gets all the way to the 40, takes out the umpire. Mark Shoup on the way, and it's going to move the sticks. We talked about the good read by Sam Howell earlier, good read there by Jordan Yates. Decided to keep the football and gain 9 to the 39-yard line. Best penetration by far for Georgia Tech here early in the ball game. 2:50 to go first quarter. Tar Heels up 7-0, but the Jackets on the move with a first down. They will throw. Carolina rushes just 4. Yates rolling out, throws, incomplete. And here come multiple flags. Conley is going to get flagged for pass interference, I would assume, against Kyrick McGowan.
Pass interference, 0. Defense. Penalty will be at the spot of the foul. Automatic, first down.
So that's going to be around the 25-yard line on the spot foul. And Georgia Tech now with some momentum after getting that third down sack and quickly moving off its own 20 to the Tar Heel 24 after the pass interference is marked off. That's already 2 big penalties on Conley. He's drawn 2 flags, both of them 15-yarders.
Yeah, that was good coverage by Conley. He just, with his offhand, he went to reach for the football with his right hand and kind of wrapped around the waist of the receiver with his left hand, and he didn't necessarily have to do it.
See if Carolina brings pressure. They did not bring anybody on that last play. Handoff to Gibbs, and gracious, good tackle by Vahasik, Murphy, also Eugene Asante. All meet at the ball carrier for a short gain of just 1. Talked about how hard Georgia Tech was hitting. Carolina's laid a couple of big shots as well, including that one there to make it 2nd and 9. This is a cool stadium. It is big. Good lighting. I mean, it's a good place to watch a game. Carolina's played well here early, but Georgia Tech with some momentum. Yates quickly sprints out to the right. He's going to throw it from Tony Grimes and gains 13. It's 1st and goal from the 10.
Yeah, Jeremiah Gilmore, he triggered on that, and his job is to pull the quarterback up, but he tried to go underneath the blocker and allowed the quarterback to keep going towards the sideline.
Ruling on the field is a catch. The previous play is under further review.
So this one's going to be reviewed. That means it's a trip under the hood presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. I have to say, I did not think that there was any question on that one. There was just 1 foot in from Norris. That's all he needs. Lee Pace down on the sideline. Lee, did you see anything?
Yeah, it looked like a clean play to me, Jones. But to your point about this venue, there's some premium hospitality on the field level here behind the Carolina bench. You see lots and lots of Carolina blue jerseys and paraphernalia back there. A lot of Tar Heel fans in Atlanta are having fun tonight with unlimited gourmet food and beverages and the premium seating here on the field level.
Yeah, outside of the state of North Carolina.
The ruling on the field is confirmed. Catch. First down.
So you heard Gary Patterson say what we thought he'd say, and that it was confirmed for a catch. Outside of the state of North Carolina, New York is the biggest place for Carolina alum. That makes sense just because of the size of the city. But after that, it's Atlanta. And so there are a ton of Tar Heel fans in this area. And there's a decent amount of Carolina blue in here tonight, watching the Heels to this 7-0 lead. But 1:39 and counting. Georgia Tech now has 1st and goal at the Tar Heel 10. This has been an impressive drive. 5 plays and a big penalty in there as well has helped the Jackets move off their own 20 to the Tar Heel 10. Carolina shows some pressure, then backs off. Yates to throw. Boy, he's going backwards. Throws off his back foot out of bounds. And you heard Brian say that's a hold, and there are multiple flags on the field, I think, to say just that. Assume the Tar Heels will accept that, even though it was an incomplete pass, because you want to move them back.
Holding, offense, number 54. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
So the hold on Jordan Williams, right tackle, moves the ball back to the 20. It's the first penalty on Georgia Tech tonight. It'll be 1st and goal from the 20-yard line. And Yates was moving backwards as soon as that play started. Carolina got some good penetration right from the jump.
Yep.
A holding call, 1st and goal from back at the 20-yard line.
And the pressure started with Bohasic up the middle with a great get-off on the football.
We've said his name a lot here early in this one. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Tech. They hand it off in the backfield, and Kamen Rucker came knifing in along with Bohasic to blow up the play. The Jackets lose a couple. What a nice job by Rucker. His nickname is the Butcher, and he carved through the line right there to trip up Gibbs right at the handoff. Bohasic came to finish it off. Loss of 4. So this is 2nd and goal from the 24-yard line. 45 seconds and counting, first quarter. Tar Heels up 7-0. Georgia Tech, though, with his best possession offensively of the night. 2nd and goal from a long way away. Yates, draw to Gibbs, steps through 1 tackle, goes to the far side. Good job by McMichael.
Great tackle.
To really do what you said earlier, Brian, kind of got his base.
Yep.
Didn't get juked out, just finished through the tackle, knocked Gibbs out of bounds at the 24, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
And a great job, Eugene Asante didn't make the tackle, but because of his pursuit inside out, he forced the ball carrier to the sideline, and then McMichael was able to make the tackle. That's how you play team defense.
3rd and goal from the 24-yard line. Jackets had it 1st and goal at the 10, but a penalty and some negative yards plays have moved them back, and we'll have to wait until the 2nd quarter to see what happens because the clock hits triple zeros. So 15 minutes in, the Tar Heels have a 7-0 lead and trying to get one more stop here in the goal-to-go area. 7-0 on Sam Howell's 23-yard touchdown run. Carolina had blocked a punt in that first quarter as well and got a couple of 3-and-outs defensively, too. Let's see if the defense can make one more big stand when we return. 7-0 Tar Heels from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There's nothing better than the mouth-watering barbecue of Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good, and this season you can see for yourself at the concession stands at Keenan Stadium. With award-winning barbecue highlighted in Cary Living Magazine, Destination America TV, and WRAL.com as a Voter's Choice winner, Backyard Bistro is the fastest-growing caterer in the Triangle. Try it out at your next Carolina tailgate or drop by the restaurant in Raleigh off Interstate 40. Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
1 quarter in the books. The North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads Tar Heels 7, Yellow Jackets 0. Tech facing a 3rd and goal to go from the 24. It had been 1st and goal at the 10, but a penalty from negative yard plays has moved it back to the 24-yard line. Take a look at the stats from that first quarter presented by Duncan. America runs on Duncan. The Tar Heels run on Duncan. 74 yards for Carolina, 55 for Georgia Tech. Heels 29 through the air, 45 on the ground. Jackets are 21 passing, 34 rushing in the first quarter. Heels just 1 of 3 on 3rd down. Georgia Tech 0 of 2. Carolina ran 17 plays. Georgia Tech 13 plays in that first quarter. Jackets had the ball for 8 minutes and 11 seconds. Carolina 6:49. So now Tech going right to left as the teams flip for the second quarter. Ball on the near hash. Again, this is 3rd and goal to go. Carolina very spread out in the secondary defensively. And Tech is going to keep it on the ground with Gibbs. Tar Heels swarm to the football and push him out of bounds. Grimes, the last man to make contact. Cedric Gray was the first. And that time, Brian, I mean, that's a tough spot. 3rd and goal to go from 24. You know the defense is going to do just what Carolina did. That's play back, try to keep everything in front of them. Tech tried to see if they could sneak it with their talented back, Gibbs, and Tar Heels did a good job stopping him for a gain of just a gain of 8 on the play.
Yeah, using those situations, what you're yelling out, watch screen, watch draw, and Georgia Tech kind of went with a version of a draw on that play.
So it's a field goal attempt. Brent Samaglia, this will be off the near hash. It is a 34-yard kick, which is up and is good. So Samaglia, a redshirt senior from Nashville, Tennessee. He is a Tennessee transfer. Boots it through. He's now 4 of 6 on the year in field goals. And he finishes off the drive with points for the Jackets to make it 7-3. Long drive for Tech, 9 plays and 56 yards before settling for 3 at the 14-21 mark of the second quarter. So Carolina's going to set up to return this kick. Trying to get going here a little bit offensively. But we told you, look, Georgia Tech's good on defense. This is not going to be a night where the Tar Heels just waltz their way up and down the field. The Jackets really fly around on that side of the ball. And they came in 5th in the conference, 25th in the nation, allowing just under 286 yards per game, and led the conference and 5th in the nation with just 124 yards in the air allowed on average. 5:02 off the clock on that drive. I said 56 yards. It was 64 yards in total. Carolina's going to call for a fair catch on the kickoff. And so they'll start at the 25. Mac Brown talking about why the Tar Heels fair catch so often on kickoffs. He said, look, the way that the game is now, you just don't have many opportunities to return kickoffs. He said, so we don't practice it as much. And if you look at the numbers, the teams that either take fair catch or kickoffs or touchbacks end up in the upper third of the field position battle when it's all said and done. And so Carolina, not to say they'll never return one. They ran one back last week, for example. But they are okay taking the ball at the 25-yard line, which is what they'll do here. Moving from left to right, up 7-3. Howe pulls it away from his running back, coming to the near side. Howe loses the football, picked up by Georgia Tech. Scooped up and heading down the near sideline is Quez Jackson, recovering the fumble, and Georgia Tech's going to have it inside the Tar Heel 15-yard line. Howe hit from behind by Jordan Dominic, forcing the fumble, and the Jackets, one play after getting on the scoreboard, are heading right back out there. Quez Jackson picked it up and returned it to officially the 10. The officials, well, Georgia Tech's offense is huddling up. I was saying the officials may be waiting for this to be reviewed. I don't think that's the case. I think it was clearly a fumble.
Absolutely it was. And Sam just has to hold that ball high and tight. He's a little loose with the football, and understand that the defenders from each side, behind and front, they're going for that football.
So Quez Jackson with the recovery. Dominic forces it.
Now let's see if Carolina defense can come in and put the fire out. In these situations as a defense, it doesn't matter where you get on the field. You have to come out there and play. Don't worry about you starting at the 10-yard line.
The return was of 23 yards as Tech going to hand off on first down to Jordan Mason. And not much there, a gain of just 1 for the Jackets. So the 23-yard return by Jackson gets it to the 10. First and goal for Tech. Now it's second and goal from the 9. Carolina's now turned it over 6 times this year. Yates going to throw. Fader out, far portion of the end zone, and juggling and incomplete. as Tony Grimes defending on the play with Kalani Norris. Norris, the sophomore from Miami, couldn't hang on, and it will be third down. So 3rd and goal now from the 9-yard line. Carolina making wholesale substitutions. The boos you hear are the frustration from the Georgia Tech faithful, thinking Grimes should have been called for a pass interference on the play.
Yeah, there's a lot of hand play by Grimes, and Grimes, he's about 6 or 7 yards deep in the end zone and about a yard away from the sideline. At some point, you have to look for the football.
Georgia Tech ready on 3rd and goal, and they're going to have to take timeout. Play clock had run down.
Georgia Tech.
It had almost expired.
Immediate timeout.
Georgia Tech's going to take its first timeout of the first half. We'll take a timeout too. 13:42 to go. Carolina up 7-3, but a fumble by Sam Howell has the Jackets inside the Tar Heel 10. A 3rd and goal coming up after this. 7-3 Carolina from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
Early in the ball game, but feels like a big play coming up. 13:42 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels lead 7-3. Jackets took over at the Carolina 10 after a fumble. Now looking at a 3rd and goal from the 9. Carolina has 6 turnovers this year, all of them by Howell. 4 interceptions and 2 fumbles for the Tar Heel quarterback. That one forced by Jordan Dominic, tackling Howell from behind as he ran. Scooped up by Quez Jackson, who returned it 23 yards to the Tar Heel 10-yard line. A run of 1 yard and an incomplete pass. That brought up 3rd and goal.
And Jones, I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia Tech gets half of this, that they go for it on 4th down. The way that people play analytics these days, I would always take the field goal, but it wouldn't shock me if they go for it on 4th down.
Yates clapping his hands. He wasn't getting the snap, and now the flags come in as there was motion up front. The music played for a long time, even with Georgia Tech trying to snap the football.
To the snap, false start, offense, number 77, 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
I mean, look.
Yeah, if you're at home, you don't expect the music.
It's just that music kept playing, and they were showing a kid with a Georgia Tech jersey, and people would cheer, and then a kid with a Georgia jersey, people would boo, and that's all fun. But that's a false start on the team that's designated as the home team.
And you see the quarterback was trying to get the snap.
He was clapping his
hands really hard in the center. Probably never heard the actual clap.
So that moves it back to the 14 on a goal-to-go situation. 3rd and goal from the 14-yard line. Yates gets the snap cleanly this time. Immediately looks to the left and throws, knocked away. Tony Grimes, terrific defense. Grimes knocks it away from Norris. And that'll bring up 4th down. Brian, you said it. Said, hey, let's see if the defense can stand up here after being put in a tough spot. Grimes darn near picked that off.
Kind of stumbling as he turned around. And I think if he would have had clean footing, he would have been able to elevate and catch that football. But the way his footing was, he was unable to jump and get it and high point the ball.
So another field goal by Samaglia. This one will be straight away from just 32 yards away. He made a 34-yarder just a couple minutes ago. Snap was a little high, brought down, and kicked through for 3 points. Good job by the holder there, Austin Kent, as he brought it down and placed it for the kick. But if you're the Tar Heels, after what could have been,
absolutely,
I think you're okay giving up the field goal attempt. Georgia Tech, though, gets 3 points closer. 13:34 to go, second quarter. The Jackets turn the fumble recovery into 3. Heels still lead it, but just by 1. 7-6 the score from Learfield.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
13:34 to play, second quarter. North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 7-6. Tar Heels over Georgia Tech. Lee Pace is our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, brought to you by the Pinehurst Resort, the first anchor site of the U.S. Open. History is made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. Lee, what's going on that Tar Heel sideline?
Well, Phil Longo just came over and put his hand on Sam Howell's helmet, clapped him, said, let's go get some points. He put Stacy Searles, the O-line coach, inserted William Barnes and Ed Montelas in the lineup on the last offensive possession, giving those guys who played so well against Virginia an opportunity to rotate in and out. But now he has taken them out and he's going back with the original 5 starters. I don't know if they didn't like something they saw on that one snap that the reserves were playing.
Howell was the first Tar Heel to go out on the field and greet the defense after they forced Georgia Tech to the field goal opportunity. It is a short kick, another fair catch called for, and made by Caleb Hood. And so Carolina will have it again at the 25. And Brian, the time of possession isn't like wildly out of whack. It's 9:25 for Georgia Tech, 7:01 for Carolina. But Jackets had that 5-minute drive that was a field goal. Carolina had the ball just the one play, and then another field goal. Carolina just hadn't been on the field
momentum.
Very much.
It's just Georgia. You feel like Georgia Tech right now has that momentum. Like you say, they get the turnover. They have the decent amount of clock-eating drive and get a field goal. But Carolina, that last possession, that's a win for Carolina defense to hold Georgia Tech to a field goal.
And this play's going nowhere. Handoff to Chandler. And he is slung down immediately by Georgia Tech. It is no gain on the play. It is Josh Robinson who brings him down. Robinson out there, reserve D lineman for the Jackets. That was a loss of 2 on the play, back to the 23. Carolina going left to right, leading 7-6. Howell has not had much success in the air, but he throws this one to Chandler. Caught at the 30, slung down close to the yard to gain the 35. We'll see if it's enough for the first down or not. Yes, the officials are going to say, go ahead and move the chain. So a gain of 12. Carolina has not thrown it to the running backs very much, just 4 receptions for the running back position through the first 3 games. That was such a big part of what the Tar Heels did last year.
Yep.
But that was last year. But Chandler with a good catch there to gain 12 and give Carolina the first down.
And I think Chandler has that type of ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, a speedy running back, but he also catches the ball well, so it'd be in Carolina's favor to utilize him more out of the backfield.
Howell looking immediately to his left. Boy, wide open in the middle of the field is Green into Georgia Tech territory. Antoine Green taken down from behind, close to the 30. There wasn't anybody in the old 404 area code around Antoine Green on that one. He gets down to the jacket 29, and now a jacket just falls down. Now I'm going to tell you something. Jamon Brooks might be hurt, and I don't want to act like he isn't. But we have seen this a lot, it feels like, recently, where you get a big play on offense, and then all of a sudden somebody cramps up. And again, I'm certainly not saying that's the case with Brooks, but that is hard to officiate. We talked about it last week against Virginia, and Carolina can't get any offensive momentum here. We'll take a break. 7-6 Carolina, 12:07 to go in the second quarter. Tar Heels in Georgia Tech territory, up a point from Learfield.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a new Honda and be on your way to desert treks, lakeside getaways, and mountain paths so remote you need an actual map. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda Accord and 0% APR on the 2021 HR-V or Pilot.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
See dealer for financing details.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Game days and your work days.
.12:07 to go first half. Tar Heels 7, Georgia Tech 6. Jamon Brooks was able to walk off under his own power for Georgia Tech after that stoppage of play. The gain on the play before Brooks was injured was 36 yards. Howell to Green. It is the longest play of the night for the Tar Heels offensively. It gets them to the jacket 29-yard line with the 7-6 lead. Heels moving left to right here in the second quarter. Howell will be in the shotgun. DJ Jones, the sophomore from Fayetteville, is the running back, standing to Howell's right. 3 receivers to the right for Carolina. Kamari Morales, the tight end, the only potential receiver on the left side of the formation. Howell, play action, rips one. Chauffery Brown can't quite bring it in at the 5. May have heard some footsteps because Trey Swilling was lining up a big hit had Brown brought it in. I think that's one Chauffery
absolutely
probably would have thought off his fingertips, and that's just been an issue, unfortunately, here early in this season, as Brown has had a couple bounce off his hands. And look, it wasn't a pitch and catch perfect execution, but I think one that he probably would tell you he wishes he had been able to bring in.
Yeah, and if you're going to play that position at a high level, you have to make those catches. The ball's not going to be on your numbers every time.
Howell under pressure, watch out. He is sandwiched and twisted down. Boy, an awkward-looking sack back near the 40. Howell does get up, and that hurts, not only physically, but you are in field goal range, and now you're not. As Howell taken down by Jared Ivey. Also in the play for Georgia Tech was Jaquan Griffin. That's all the way back at the 42-yard line. That was a loss of 13 on the sack. So the Heels had gotten it to the Tech 29. Now it is 3rd and a mile, 23. Carolina is just 1 of 3 on 3rd downs, and this is not an easy conversion.
No.
Powell over the middle to Morales. He gets back close to the original line of scrimmage, the 29. He'll be down officially at the 31, a gain of 11. And Carolina's going to send the field goal unit out. So Grayson Atkins, who's been okay, 3 of 5 on the year. One of his misses was a long kick, 54-yarder. This isn't a short one now. It is a 48. Relatively straight away for Atkins. 48-yard kick.
And now it's going to be longer false start.
Flags come in. Atkins booted it through, but
snap. Start. 63.
Boy, that hurts.
5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
It's Montelis picking up the flag, and now you're looking at a 53-yard kick if you still want to try it, and it looks like Carolina will.
And based off that first attempt, because he went through with the kick, he has enough leg strength. Now just let your technique give you the power. Don't try to overkick it.
7-6 Carolina in what has been a slugfest. Atkins now a long field goal attempt. Snap is low. Good job bringing it in. The kick is away, and it is no good. Wide left. Good job by Kiernan scooping up the low snap. But Atkins, who had made the 48-yarder, can't convert on 53. And Georgia Tech's going to get good field position. And again, the sack. 3 official sacks on the night for Georgia Tech. And there have been a couple big ones in there that have really sent the Tar Heels backwards.
Yep.
And that one derailed what looked to be a quality offensive possession.
And McKeithen got beat on that last sack, and I'll say it was kind of late in the down. But for the most part, Carolina is struggling right now to get separation.
And flags come in. Think Georgia Tech moved early.
False start. Number 77. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 1st down.
There has been nothing smooth about this game. Neither team has really been able to just get into a great rhythm. Georgia Tech now 1st and 15. The ball moved back to the 31. Handoff on 1st down, and getting it back to about the original line of scrimmage was Mason. Gain of 5. And Cedric Gray, the Tar Heel, making the stop. Looked like also Kevin Hester involved on the hit. Jackets again to the ground, and this time not much doing for Mason. And it's Hester again. That time the big redshirt sophomore from Kennesaw, Georgia, made the hit. So quickly 3rd down. This will be 3rd and 8 from the 38. 7-6 Carolina, 9:12 to go in the 2nd quarter. Georgia Tech with the football after Carolina missed the field goal. Jackets going from right to left. Yates to throw. Heels bring pressure. Tech picks it up, and not a very good throw from Yates. Short hopped his intended receiver, the tight end at the 45, Dylan Leonard.
Timeout.
And there's a Georgia Tech player down, Devin Cochran, in some significant pain. One of the offensive linemen transferred from Vanderbilt, and he appears to be really shaken up, and that's going to take us to a full timeout. So Carolina, you would think, going to get the football as it is 4th down for Georgia Tech on its own 38-yard line. Tar Heels lead 7-6. We'll take a break. We are in Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight in Atlanta. Heels up a point from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Carolina is a world-class university because of its students. It is competing with other universities nationally and within North Carolina to recruit the very best scholars to become Tar Heels. To do so, it set the bold goal of raising $1 billion in student support, and together we can meet this challenge. Join us in supporting scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu.
Devin Cochran for Georgia Tech get off the play. He had his legs kind of folded up underneath him on that last play, but he was able to jog off, so that's good news for the Vanderbilt transfer. Heels appears have forced Georgia Tech to punt. 4th and 8 for the Jackets on their own 38-yard line. 8:59 to go, second quarter, 7-6 Carolina. LS Tractor, proud to sponsor that Tar Heel rushing attack for the 2021 season. LS Tractor commends the powerhouses and workhorses that clear the path and fight for every hard-earned yard. Just like Carolina's rushing attack, LS Tractor proud to get your ground game going by offering landowners unparalleled strength, horsepower, and traction with their quality-built and reliable tractors. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com. Find a dealer near you. Not a ton tonight for Carolina on the ground, but there just hasn't been a ton of offense tonight. 38 yards rushing for Carolina. That makes up about a fourth of their 126 total yards on the evening. Lee Pace is our sideline reporter, presented by Pinehurst. Lee, what's going on down there?
Well, Grayson Atkins, Drew Little, and Ben Kiernan spent much of that last defensive possession just commiserating with themselves on that operation on the last field goal. Atkins is just very frustrated, looking very grim after having nailed that 48-yard one and then missing on the one after the penalty. Carolina came into the game 22nd in the nation, as few as team penalized with 46 yards a game, but boy, that was a big penalty on the illegal procedure there on the first field goal attempt.
3 penalties on each team, Lee. Carolina 35 penalty yards, 20 for Georgia Tech. Looks like we're ready to go here on the punt. David Shanahan, the Georgia Tech punter, will kick it away, but there is contact on the play. That's going to be another flag on Carolina, as Don Chapman drilled Shanahan. We'll see. They still can do a 15 or a 5-yarder.
That's going to be a 15.
If it's 5, it won't be a first down. We'll see. I think it's going to be a 5-yarder.
Ooh.
Downs made the fair catch. It was 4th and 8.
And listen, you never want to hit the punter, but you can't be mad at Don Chapman.
Running into the kicker, number 2, return team. Penalties decline. First down, Georgia Tech.
So, you know, it's interesting, actually, as Carolina's going to have it at the 25 is where Downs made the fair catch. Brian, interesting, Matt Brown, actually, I talked to him about this a couple of weeks ago, and he said, look, and he was speaking as the Tar Heels, might get a running into the kicker this year. He said, but we're going to be more aggressive. We're trying to block punts.
Yep.
He said, so it might happen. Obviously, you have to be smart on when you call blocks, etc.
Yep.
But he said it just might happen this year. And Chapman was being aggressive, and Carolina dodges a bullet that it was flagged as a running into.
And that was a bullet. But Don Chapman, you called the block. He does a good job, and he's probably a half of a yard or less away from blocking that one. And he runs into the punter, so that's going to happen sometime.
See, the Tar Heels can get moving offensively. Chandler slips through a tackle as he runs around the left side, and he turns a little something out of nothing, as actually a decent something. Got 5 yards on the run as he had to shake a tackler in the backfield before getting 5 to make it 2nd and 5. 8:35 and counting. Still 7-6. Carolina with the slim lead. Midway second quarter here in Atlanta. Howe claps his hands, gets the snap, keeps it on the ground again. Chandler, again, just not a whole lot of room to operate as Sylvan Youngjuin, a sophomore originally from Belgium, made the stop after a gain of 1, and it's going to be 3rd down. Neither team has had much success on 3rd down. Carolina's 1 of 4, Georgia Tech's 0 of 5. And this is 3rd and 4. for the Tar Heels, who have 132 yards of offense. Tech has 71. Ball on the far hash as the Heels go left to right, trying to keep this drive going with the 1-point lead. Howell's going to throw on 3rd and 4. There's Downs, wide open, first down. He just sat down right at the sticks at the 35, in between the hash marks. Caught it, slipped forward for an extra yard or two. And how good is that, dude?
Yep.
Gain of 7 on the play, first down.
They're just a simple stick routes, meaning you get to where the sticks are to pick up the first down, and you sit down and wait for the ball.
It's a gain of 6 on the play when the Heels needed 4. Fresh set of downs. 7:19 and counting. Heels up a point. Holy smokes. Howell handed off to Chandler, and he was popped. Quez Jackson flying into the backfield, and he met right as Chandler got the football. He drilled the graduate transfer from Tennessee. I mean, that Jackson ran right through a big hole in Carolina's offensive line and nailed him.
Yeah, and that was the old tackle pull from the backside, and Richards was supposed to kick out the first thing that shows.
The previous play is under further review for potential targeting.
Oh, boy. So, a potential targeting on this play. That means they're going under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. And we're going to get a replay of it here. And, well, the crown of Jackson's helmet definitely collided with Chandler's face mask. So that part is there. I don't necessarily think Jackson launched himself, though, at Chandler.
To me, that's just a good football.
Well, we're going to get a quick.
After further review, there is no targeting on the play. Second down.
And you said this, I think it was last week, Brian. I mean, there's going to be some contact helmet to helmet because you're playing football.
Absolutely.
Jackson did not, gather up and launch, which we've seen guys do.
Yep.
And even this week, we saw guys do it away from the play sometimes when you saw some replays out there.
Yep.
But I think that's the right call. It was a hard hit.
Yeah. That's just physical football.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why most of the people come in here to watch that type of football. Good, clean, physical football, and that's all that was.
Now, it was a loss of 6, so not what the Tar Heels wanted.
No.
2nd and 16. Howell looking for the deep ball, can't pull the trigger, and he's going to be dropped. Georgia Tech swarming on Howell.
Yep, late hit.
And here comes the late flags. Charlie Thomas, one of several Jacket players who had gotten to Howell, and the whistles blew, and the Jackets didn't ease up.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 95, defense, 15-yard penalty, results in automatic first down.
That's a big foul, so that's on Jaquan Griffin, not Charlie Thomas, who gets the sack, but Griffin, who came in and kind of just threw his body into the pile. And I tell you what, looking at replay, that's a good call.
That was the right call. It wasn't anything malicious. It wasn't even that physical, but that's the right call. And as the defender, I know you want a piece of the quarterback standing up, but your defense just made a great play. Just hold off and get off the football field.
Still 7-6, Carolina, and now the Heels get a first down on the penalty. See if they can protect Howell. As Howell pulls it away from Chandler, he's going to run, and he's spun down over the 45 at the 46-yard line by Quez Jackson. And we said this, that's a gain of 4. We said this when we were going through the starting lineups. These Georgia Tech linebackers all over the place, man. I mean, Charlie Thomas and Quez Jackson, those two are flying around and have made a bunch of plays for the Jackets. Jackson had that fumble return earlier in the ballgame. He makes the tackle there at 2nd and 6. 7-6, Carolina. 3 receivers to the open side of the field. That's the left, 1 to the right. Play clock still at 10 as Howell gestures to the offensive line. Now he gets the snap. 2nd down. Howell, plenty of time to throw. Rolls out. Now he's going to spin away from a tackler. Power his way to the 50. Gets banged around. Close to the first down. He'll be a yard shy, I believe, at the Jacket 49-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 1 for Carolina. And, Brian, again, Howell's had time to throw. He just can't find anybody down the field.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, you look at it and you see all the pressure, but it's really not necessarily on the offensive line. It's the coverage on the back end.
Third down run, Carolina, I don't think so. Tar Heels got stood up right at the line of scrimmage and no gain on the play. So that brings up fourth down. And
Carolina's going to go for it.
Go. Yeah, I was going to say, Tar Heels might think about going for this.
It's a tough spot to go for it. If you don't get it, you give them the ball at midfield. But you say to yourself and you say to your offensive line and your running backs, if we can't pick up this 1 yard, we're going to be in trouble today anyway. In this situation, we got to be able to depend on each other to pick up 1 yard.
Howell in the shotgun. Walston on the left side of the line, Morales on the right, Chandler the back. Gets the football, and he has the first down. Chandler to the 46-yard line for a gain of 3. That'll keep the clock moving as well. 4:10 to go with the Tar Heels up 7-6. Georgia Tech scheduled to get the football to start the second half. Timeouts, Heels have 3, Jackets have 2. I tell you what, man, this has been a physical
It's a good football game. Yes, sir. Not a lot of points on the board, but that doesn't mean it's not a good football game. It's an absolutely good football game. Both teams are playing physical, a lot of good tackling.
Caleb Hood is now in the backfield for the Tar Heels, standing to the left of Howell. Howell will pull it away from him, looking down the field again. He's going to let one go, looking for Downs, incomplete. Downs was at about the 5. Emory Simmons actually had circled back to the goal line, so those two receivers were pretty close to each other. The ball kind of bounced in between the two of them. I do think Downs was the intended receiver.
Yeah.
But incomplete. And again, the Tar Heels protect Howell, but just not there on the backside. And that's not to suggest that the Jackets haven't gotten to Howell. They have 4 sacks in this game, but there's been plenty of times where Howell has just been standing back there patting the football,
waiting for somebody
to get open. 2nd and 10 from the 46. Clock stops on the incompletion. 3:35. Carolina throwing again. Nope, this is a design quarterback draw. And a quick hit by Jamon Brooks. Oh, now Georgia Tech's running with the football, heading the other way, and just falling down without a defender stopping him.
Yeah, they're gonna look this over, and Sam was down.
Yeah, Demetrius Knight came out of there with the football. He had a clear run to the end zone and just fell down. But I thought Howell was clearly down on the play, as it was a design quarterback run. And I don't know.
It's going to be closer than what we thought, Joe.
There were a lot of things about that play that were odd.
Ruling on the field, the fumble recovery by Georgia Tech. Previous play is under further review.
So a lot of things about that play that were odd. Number one, it looked like right when the play started, you thought, oh boy, this could be a big play. But Jamon Brooks was able to beat the block. I believe it was Brian Anderson, the center, that he was able to get away from and catch Howell. And then it looked like, at least in real time, that Howell was clearly down. Everybody kind of stopped. And then all of a sudden, Demetrius Knight was running the other way with the football.
Yeah, he's down.
So we'll just have to wait and see here. And the officials let the play go, as that's what they're taught to do on plays like that. Because in theory, you can clean it up in the replay booth if it's incorrect. But just don't know. So the call on the field is a fumble. The replay official is Rick Page.
Yeah, that's a fumble. That's a fumble.
You can tell just from Brian, he's seen the replay a couple different times, and not sure he's sure.
And so, to me, it looks like Sam, because he's landing on the defender, he's actually down, but he hasn't touched the ground. And the defender's face mask knocks the football out of Sam's hand before his elbow actually touches the ground. So I wouldn't be surprised if they let this one stand. And luckily Knight fell down before he could actually score.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the open field and just tripped. If it stands, Georgia Tech's going to have the football at the 17-yard line. And would be the second turnover of the half for Carolina.
Second fumble for Sam, right?
Yep.
After further review, the ruling on the field of a fumble stands. First down, Georgia Tech.
Wow. So the last 3 possessions for the Tar Heels have been 2 fumbles and a missed field goal. And the Jackets have it at the 17-yard line, so twice Sam Howell has fumbled, and twice Georgia Tech will get it inside the Tar Heel 20 after the fumble. Georgia Tech defense has been all over the place here in this first half. And a handoff on first down, and not much there. Also, Brian, in the game now is Jeff Sims, the second quarterback who was the starting quarterback for Georgia Tech at the beginning of the year. So this is the first time he has appeared since suffering that injury against Northern Illinois in the first game of the year. That run gained 1 by Gibbs, the running back, 2nd and 9. Clock at 2:55. 7-6 Carolina. But Georgia Tech with good field position. And a flag comes in. Everybody pointing at Ray Vahasek, saying he was offside. And Ray, the one man who was pointing at Georgia Tech.
Offside. Defense. Number 51. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Well, regardless of what the score is going into halftime, I don't think Carolina is going to feel like it's played very well here in the first 30 minutes.
From an offensive standpoint, defensively, they play really well.
Yeah, penalties, though. Tar Heels now with 4 of them, and just hadn't been able to move the football very much against Georgia Tech. Sims, design quarterback run, wide open. He'll walk in for the touchdown. He just took one step back and then sprinted right through the center of the line. Trey Morrison, the only man who had any hope to get there and wasn't able to do so. Georgia Tech this time makes the fumble pay off with points as a touchdown. They got a field goal last time. This time they get the touchdown after 2 plays.
Yeah, and you keep turning the football over like that, eventually it's going to get you on the scoreboard, and Georgia Tech took advantage of it. And Carolina, right now, for Sam, that's the flip side. If you're going to be a ball carrier more often, you got to be able to protect the football.
PAT is good, so it's 13-7. Georgia Tech. They have outscored the Tar Heels 13-0 in this quarter. And again, we mentioned this. And again, this is, I mean, you're picking a certain amount of time. But now, Brian, let's say Carolina doesn't score here, and neither does Georgia Tech. That Carolina's been outscored 48-13 in second quarters this year, where every other quarter Carolina has had an advantage on the scoreboard. But for whatever reason, this period of the game has been befuddling for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, Coach Brown talks about finishing the second quarter strong and then starting the third quarter strong. And like Lee talked about in the pregame, that is a big point in the game. And here with 2:41 left, you give up you have a turnover, and then Georgia Tech is able to score a touchdown.
And remember, Georgia Tech scheduled to get the ball to start the second half as well. So the Jackets have scored on 3 of their last 4 possessions. Now, on 2 of those, they started on the Tar Heel 10 and the Tar Heel 17. The fumbles, both by Howe, have been the difference in this first half. Carolina, for the first time, is going to return this kick. Caleb Hood off the 3. Powers forward, short of the 25. He'll be down at the 21-yard line. And so the Tar Heels will take over there with 3 timeouts, 2:35. So a lot of time. But Carolina just trying to get moving offensively. Just 123 yards. Georgia Tech only has 83 yards, but has the lead now, 13-7.
And multiple turnovers, no rhythm right now for Carolina offensively.
None. So Howell, who has fumbled twice in this game and 3 times this season, is back out there. Ball on the far hash at the 21. Howell gets the snap. Georgia Tech rushes just 3, finds Downs crossing across the middle of the field. Downs stops at the 25, tries to duck his head and move forward, gets a few more yards to the 27 for a gain of 6. Second down. Clock moving, but Tar Heels do have all 3 of those timeouts. Now trailing for the first time.
And this game right here is the game where you needed Charfrey Brown's sighting because of his ability to stretch the field, and he has to make those catches because you're going to have an opportunity opposite of Josh Down to get some targets.
Good physical run by Chandler as he moved the pile ahead to the 30. It's going to be just a 3-yard gain, but that was a lot of work for those 3 yards.
Yeah. And it seemed like every yard we pick up in the run game, we have to work extremely hard for.
3rd and 1, 1:40 to go. Heels keep it on the ground, and Chandler again doesn't get a lot, but it's enough to move the sticks. Gain of 2. And again, a physical play as he's banged down by Jared Ivey at the end of it. Tar Heels just 2 of 7, or make it 3 of 8 after that conversion on 3rd downs. Howell going to try to throw, looking for something down the field that just hadn't been there. Circles out of the pocket, it throws it away, and a flag comes in. Likely going to be a hold on the Tar Heels in that area.
I think on Brian Anderson.
Clock stops with 1:16 to go.
Holding, number 68 offense, 10-yard penalty, repeat 1st down.
That is Anderson. That penalty going to move the ball back to the 22-yard line. So now time becoming a little bit more of a factor. 1:16 to go with the Heels down 13-7. And
the Georgia Tech defense right now is more of a factor than this clock.
Tar Heels do have 3 timeouts. Ball on the near hash. Carolina going left to right. Howell, clean pocket, whips it to Simmons. Nice diving grab.
Good throw.
And a good strong throw by Howell. Gain of 16 to the 38. It'll be 2nd and short for Carolina. 2nd and about 4. Remember, that was a 1st and 20 after the penalty. That may have been Howell's best throw of the night. Swing pass to DJ Jones, met in the backfield by Charlie Thomas. Back at the 34-yard line. It's a loss of 4.
Timeout.
And Carolina will take its first timeout. With 45 seconds left in the first half. So Carolina led 7-0. Tar Heels scored on their 2nd drive after a blocked punt. Gio Biggers blocking a punt for the Tar Heels got Carolina good field position. Carolina went 40 yards in 4 plays. Sam Howell, the last 23 on the ground to give the Heels a 7-0 lead. But Carolina has just not been able to do anything since. They've had the ball 4 times after that. They ran 7 plays and had to punt, fumbled on the first play of a drive, missed a long field goal, and then fumbled on the 11th play of a drive. Both those fumbles set Georgia Tech up inside the Tar Heel 20. And they've turned those 2 fumbles into 10 total points. The score 13-7. Georgia Tech with the lead. This is 3rd and 8 now for Carolina. Off their own 34-yard line. Howell to throw again. Has time to do so, and now he doesn't. Another sack, the 5th of the half for Georgia Tech. The Jackets had 3 sacks all season. They have 5 in the first half against Carolina tonight. And they'll take a timeout. They want a chance to try and add to the lead with 31 seconds left.
Yeah, and this coverage, once again, the pocket for the most part is clean, and you're not expected to be able to sit back there. The offensive line can't contain those guys, but for so long. But out on the field, receivers, we're not getting separation from the Georgia Tech DB.
So Tech took a timeout with 31 seconds left. Carolina 4th and 16 after the sack. The sack was by Kennard and also Thomas. That's Kyle Kennard. Combining with Charlie Thomas for that sack. Again, the 5th of the half for Georgia Tech. Kiernan to punt. High end over end kick. Going to be fielded at the 24-yard line.
Good tackle.
Great tackle in the open field for Carolina by Cameron Roseman Sinclair. We've called his name a couple of times tonight for some quality punt coverage. The redshirt freshman out of Charlotte made a nice hit there. We need to take a quick 10-second station ID, a return of 3 yards on that punt after the 50-yard boot by Kiernan. 10-second ID break on the Tar Heel Sports Network. After the good punt coverage, Georgia Tech just going to take a knee since they're scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. And they'll get a rousing round of applause after a physical first half. Sees Georgia Tech outscore the Tar Heels 13-0 in the second quarter, force a couple of turnovers in that quarter as well, and hold this high-powered Carolina offense to just 138 yards in the half. Mix in 5 sacks as well, and an impressive defensive performance from the Jackets. They have a 13-7 lead in the break from Learfield.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
My dad used to say that.
Sure, yeah. It's from Geico.
Yeah, whenever I would ask my dad for life advice, he'd sit me down and say, son, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. And look at me now, a well-adjusted adult with a drawer full of plastic bags I'll never use.
Okay, I'm confused. Was your dad a licensed Geico agent?
Nah, he was just a real good dad.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a great offer on a new Honda and be on your way to remote beach weekends, deep forest discoveries, and sunsets next to a campfire that you built yourself. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda CR-V, Ridgeline, or the all-new 2022 Civic.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Exclude Civic Type R. See dealer for financing details.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Halftime in Atlanta. Georgia Tech 13, Carolina 7. Dave Nathan welcoming you into the Wells Fargo halftime show. The Tar Heels struck first with a TD in the first quarter, but the Jackets answer with a pair of field goals and a touchdown in the second. Again, 13-7 Tech at the break. Other scores on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, helping you is what they do best. In the ACC, we've got nothing but finals, and the big one, an upset in Raleigh with number 9 Clemson falling to State in double overtime. It's the Pac 27 and the Tigers 21. Elsewhere, Louisville keeps the misery index high for Florida State. The Cardinals knock off the Noles 31-23 in Tallahassee. Duke in a shootout knocks off Kansas 52-33 in Durham. Miami shuts out Central Connecticut 69-0. Virginia Tech nips Richmond 21-10. Pittsburgh 77, New Hampshire 7. Boston College needs overtime to get past Missouri 41-34. Last night it was Syracuse getting a late field goal to edge Liberty 24-21, and Wake Forest thumping Virginia and Charlottesville 37-17. Currently in the top 25, it's number 1 Alabama up on Southern Miss at the break, 42-7. Oklahoma trailing West Virginia and Norman 10-7 at the break. Number 10, Ohio State 35, Akron 7. Other scores of interest in the Swamp. Florida's just come out of the halftime locker room and notched a touchdown to take a 24-14 lead on Tennessee. 24th ranked UCLA 35, Stanford 24. That game has 2.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Nebraska hanging around with number 20 Michigan State. The Spartans lead the Huskers 13-10 at the start of the third quarter. And early on in the third, it's Oklahoma State 31, number 25 Kansas State 13. Your other top 25 finals from earlier today, second-ranked Georgia clobbers Vanderbilt and Nashville 62-0. It's number 5 Iowa 24, Colorado State 14. Number 6 Penn State gets by Villanova 38-17. Seventh-ranked Texas A&M upset by 16th-ranked Arkansas 20-10. The Hogs beat the Aggies. Notre Dame gets the 41-13 decision against number 18 Wisconsin. 14th-ranked Iowa State falls on the road to Baylor 31-29. Number 17 Coastal Carolina beats UMass 53-3. Rutgers loses at the Big House as number 19 Michigan prevails 20-13. 23rd ranked Auburn had its hands full with Georgia State, but the Tigers come on strong late to win 34-24. And later games tonight, out west, number 15 BYU takes on South Florida at 10:15. At 10:30, it's number 3 Oregon hosting Arizona. A final from last night sees number 22 Fresno State edging by UNLV 38-30. Our score at the half in Atlanta, Georgia Tech 13, Carolina 7. We'll get you up to speed on stats and highlights when we come back after this from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Dave Nathan back with you here at the Wells Fargo halftime show. Carolina trailing Georgia Tech at the break 13-7. Let's get to those first half highlights as Carolina again strikes first. But thanks to special teams for another game, the Tar Heels set up in a good spot. Let's go back early on in the first quarter with the Tar Heels blocking in Georgia Tech punt.
Very short. It's 4th and 1, so just got to be careful here. Carolina blocks the punt. It's blocked. The Jackets jump on it around the 40, and Carolina, for the second time this year, blocks the kick. Carolina's going to have it on the Jacket side of the 50.
So the block punt by Carolina sets the Heels up at the Jackets' 40-yard line, and the Tar Heels don't need much time to go to work as Sam Howell hits pay dirt.
As well as Howell keeps it, jukes a man. He's over the 15. Oh, bounces off 3 Jackets and scores. Sam Howell flexing on Georgia Tech for 6. Holy cow. I was about to tell you how worried I was about the big hit he took at the 10, but he just pinballed off of it and went to the end zone.
Yeah, the one.
That's a 23-yard touchdown run by Sam Howell, capping off a 4-play, 40-yard drive that took 63 seconds off the clock. With 10:23 to play in the first quarter, Carolina has a 7-0 advantage. That'd be the only score of the first quarter. The second quarter got off to a tough start for the Tar Heels, who fumble after Georgia Tech connects on a 34-yard field goal, and now it's 7-3. The Tar Heels miss a field goal, fumble, and punt on its remaining possessions in the second quarter. The Jackets, with the 34-yard made field goal, then get a 32-yard field goal before punting and then scoring on the TD as Sims carries for 11 yards, capping off a 2-play, 17-yard drive that took 42 seconds off the clock. And with 2:41 to play in the second quarter, Georgia Tech has a 13-7 advantage, a lead it still has at the break. We'll introduce you to our first half stats upon our return. Carolina in comeback mode, trailing at the break to Georgia Tech, 13-7 from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
Carolina is a world-class university because of its students. It is competing with other universities nationally and within North Carolina to recruit the very best scholars to become Tar Heels. To do so, it set the bold goal of raising $1 billion in student support, and together we can meet this challenge. Join us in supporting scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
If you've got a passion for pumpkin, you've got to get to Dunkin' and pick these up. Our new pumpkin cream cold brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam. And our delicious pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. And our perfectly pumpkin donuts, munchkins treats, pumpkin muffins, and more. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Pick your pumpkin at Dunkin', like our new pumpkin cream cold brew, pumpkin spice signature latte, and our perfectly pumpkin treats. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
13-7, Georgia Tech leads Carolina by 6 at the break. Dave Nathan back for more of the Wells Fargo halftime show. Let's get you up to date on our Dunkin' stats. It's always game on with Dunkin', which is why grabbing a coffee is the most important game day ritual. A lot of the numbers at the break favor Carolina. Georgia Tech doesn't get a first down in the second quarter, but still musters 13 points. The Jackets haven't converted a third down, 0 of 5 on the night, but still have that 13-7 lead. The Tar Heels, meanwhile, 3 of 8 on third downs and 1 of 1 on fourth downs in the ball game. Carolina outdistancing Georgia Tech in total yards, 155-81, and it's a 112-21 advantage through the air for the Tar Heels. The Jackets have outgained the Heels on the ground 60-43. The Tar Heels penalized 5 times for 50 yards. Georgia Tech 4 penalties for 35 yards. Carolina has had the football for almost 18 and a half minutes. The Jackets have had it for a little more than 11 and a half minutes. One of the big numbers, though, in this ball game, 2 turnovers for the Tar Heels, 2 Sam Howell fumbles have led to Georgia Tech getting the 6-point lead at 13-7 at the break. Running through some of the individual numbers here first for Carolina, Sam Howell through the air, 12 of 18 passing for 112 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. On the ground, Howell has carried for a rushing touchdown. That was the 23-yarder where he was running through and over Georgia Tech defenders en route to that 23-yard touchdown. On the game so far, Hal has 11 carries for 18 yards, and that long run of 23. Ty Chandler has 12 carries for the Tar Heels, 25 yards. That's just a 2.1 yard per carry average. None of his carries have gone for more than 7 yards. Through the air, Carolina has hit a bunch of different targets. Josh Downs leads the way with 5 catches, only 27 yards, though. Antoine Green has 2 catches for 50 yards for the Tar Heels. Emory Simmons, Ty Chandler, Morales, Walston, and Jones also have 1 catch for Carolina. For Georgia Tech, Jordan Yates, 3 of 6 passing for 21 yards. On the ground, Gibbs, 8 carries for 40 yards. Sims has the 1 carry for the score. That covered 11 yards. Mason, 3 carries for 8 yards. Yates has also carried 4 times for 3 yards. No Georgia Tech receiver has any more than 1 catch, as it's been spread around to Norris, Carter, and McGowan, who have combined for 3 total catches and 21 yards. Our score at the half, Georgia Tech 13, Carolina 7. We'll send things back to Atlanta. Jones, Brian, and Lee will take you through the game's second half as the halftime show is in the books. It's been brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Our score at the break, Georgia Tech 13, Carolina 7 from Learfield.
Leading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Students and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanneyKingRDU.com. Janney King, the king of clean.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Second half coming soon here in Atlanta. Georgia Tech due to get the football. They're up 13-7. Jones and Brian here with you. Let's get to the trusted choice of the game. Brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free in-seat. To learn more, find an agent near you. TrustedChoice.com/Go Heels. Brian, a lot of things the Tar Heels would like to clean up in half number 2. Obviously, turnovers were enormous in the first half. Carolina didn't run the ball as well as it has been the last game or two. A lot of things Carolina would like to do better. Most of those on the offensive side.
No question. They led in time of possession, yardage gain, and first downs. But it's the 2 turnovers that's the difference in this football game right now. And you have to clean those things up. Turnovers always lead, most of the time leads the point. And that's why coaches harp on turnovers and taking care of the football.
Yeah, and that was a half dominated by defense and special teams. Carolina got the block punt that gave them the short field that allowed the Tar Heels to score. Tar Heels missed a field goal, another special teams play, not a good one for Carolina. Georgia Tech with the 2 fumble recoveries that set up short fields. I think Dave may have said this. I mean, Georgia Tech did not have a first down in the second quarter and yet outscored Carolina 13-0. That should tell you the type of game, and particularly that second quarter, which took a long time to play. I mean, there was just a lot of stuff happening in that second quarter. And, Brian, I think Carolina, the running of the football, even if you take the sacks away, Carolina only averaged about little more than 3 yards per carry on the ground, even without the sacks. That's something that they'll need to get better, because clearly the passing game right now is confusing to them, because Hal can't seem to find anybody down the field.
And the way you open that up is by running the football. Right now, Georgia Tech is standing a two-safety, two-high look most of the time. So that says to me they feel like they can stop the run with their front seven and don't have to get the safeties involved. And if that's the case, Carolina, you have to run them out of that two-high safety look, and you need to come off the football. And Georgia Tech is doing a great job of getting penetration in the backfield. How many times have we seen, guys getting tackles for loss, or even if they don't make the play, just kind of blowing it up and causing the running back to have to bounce?
So Georgia Tech will get the football first. This is the third time in 4 games that Carolina has trailed at the half. Did not come back against Virginia Tech. Did come back against Virginia. We'll see how the Tar Heels handle things tonight. Down by just 6. So this game is a lot of football to be played, but a concerning second quarter certainly for the Tar Heels. Kim to kick it away.
And this first drive right now for Carolina defensive is crucial for the rest of this game.
Another touchback for Kim as he sends it through the back of the end zone. I was talking to Jonathan Kim this week, asked him when he realized he could kick like that. He said, I was out messing around playing soccer, and football coach just happened to see me and said, hey, why don't you give this a try? And he has been a big weapon on those kickoffs for Carolina. That's just his second try tonight, though, because the Heels have only scored once, and now starting the second half. So Sims is going to start the second half at quarterback. He came in and rushed for a touchdown for Georgia Tech in the first half. Highly recruited kid out of high school will hand off on first down. Good job protecting the football by Dante Smith as he gets 5 yards. Tar Heels put a good hit on the ball, but Smith was able to hang on and make it 2nd and 5. Smith, a sophomore out of Spring Hill, Tennessee, is going to get the football again. Stretching to the far side. Good block in front of him by Gibbs. He blocked Morrison out of the play and allowed Smith to get enough for the first down to the 37-yard line. Morrison still credited with the tackle, but couldn't get there in time because of the good block in front. Sims, the freshman out of Jacksonville, remember, he played all last year, but the free season due to COVID. In his second year with the Jackets, he was the starter at the beginning of the year. He's going to keep it himself this time, and he is wrapped up in the backfield. Kamen Rucker, the first Tar Heel there. Cedric Gray and Don Chapman helped finish it off, but Rucker, the man who gets the hit. That's going to be a loss of a couple. Back to the 35.
And that's another element of this Georgia Tech offense with Sims in there that you have to be more careful about, is his ability to tuck it and run, or either break the pocket in the passing game and escape defenders.
He led Georgia Tech in rushing last year, 492 yards. He's going to throw here. Goes over the middle and a big hit. Trey Morrison jarred the ball free, and here comes a flag.
Yeah, that's a bad.
We'll see. Kyrick McGowan, the man who got hit. We'll have to see. I thought Morrison used his shoulder.
Yeah, he did. That was clean.
But looks like they're going to at least take a look at it.
Personal foul, targeting, number 4, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Previous is under review.
We'll see on the review. And this is a big call, not just for the game, because if not, it would be 3rd and 12.
That's shoulder to shoulder, in my opinion. The only thing, Trey kind of left his feet a little bit. That's the only thing that's concerned. But I'll say this, if I'm Trey, find the football and pick it off. He had a great opportunity to step right in front of that throw.
So if this stands, Morrison is not only out the rest of this game, he has to miss the first half next week too. We're going to take a break while they look at this. Tar Heels down 13-7. Big call when we return from Learfield.
the perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Now going to get the result on the review. Let's find out.
After further review, there is no targeting on the play. Number 4 can stay in the game.
So the officials go under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. So Morrison stays in the game, no targeting. It is 3rd and 12 off the Georgia Tech 35. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, what did you see?
Well, it's the first positive things that happened to the Tar Heels in a long time. A spurt of emotion and energy to the sideline down here. It's a good thing that didn't get wiped off. Let's see if the Tar Heels can build on it from here.
3rd and 12 from the 35. Jackets moving right to left. Tar Heels showing some pressure at the line. Now they ease up and rush just 4, but they do get Sims on the run, throws on the move, and incomplete. That pressure got to Sims pretty quickly. He had to roll out to the right, threw down the sideline, and incomplete on the play. So Georgia Tech gets a first down on the drive, but then ends up having to punt. 5 total plays for the Jackets. And quite honestly, it hadn't been the Tar Heel defense. I mean, Tar Heel defense played well. This is the big question, is what's going to happen now? What kind of adjustments have the Tar Heels made on the offensive side? That is where the real struggles have come to this point tonight. Carolina again got close to blocking that punt, as Downs will have a chance for a return. Comes to the near side at the 20. Now he'll just head up the field and dives over the 30. So not a spectacular return, but he gets 11 yards on the return.
Yeah. If you can get 10 yards plus on a punt return, you'll live with that. They say pick up a first down, and Josh Downs did that. One of the earlier punt returns, he tried to run around and punt return and kick return. Not the business to do that. Put your foot in the ground and get north and south. Get your head down and get the extra yards by running through contact.
44-yard punt. 12 yards on the return, or maybe 11. We'll see. That's going to be officially 11. Carolina will start at the 32-yard line. Still down 13-7. They're going to try to keep it on the ground here. Chandler runs through one tackle, carries some Jackets with him. Good, strong run to the 41. So a gain of 9 on the first down carry for Chandler. Coming off that 198-yard game. Chandler has run hard. He just hadn't had a ton of opportunities. He's at 34 yards now on the ground on 13 carries. It's not for lack of effort, I promise. And he's going to get it again. Met in the backfield, and he's able to just get back to the line of scrimmage. It was the linebacker, Ayinde Ely, a Maryland transfer, who made the hit for no gain. 3rd and 1. Carolina was 3 of 8 on 3rd down in the first half. Moving from left to right in the all-whites, down 13-7. Ball on the Carolina 41 at the far hash. 3rd and short. He'll keep it on the ground.
I don't think he's going to get it.
And not much penetration at all. That's Chandler again and no gain. So they did not get it. Now it's just a matter of, are they going to go for it? And I think they are. Yeah, they're leaving the offense on the field. So Chandler gained 9 yards on first down. He's carried it twice since then for no gain. Play clock is at 15.
Yeah, I'll be shocked if we go for this. I'll be shocked if we don't call a timeout.
They're going. They got to snap it quickly if they're going to do it. Play clock's down to 6, and
Coach
now
Brown's
here comes the timeout.
Timeout, North Carolina. That's their first charge timeout of the half.
See, Jones, in my opinion, if you think there's any chance you'll go for it on 4th, you already have your 2 plays ready. So it's not a 1-down decision. You don't make that decision on 4th down. You make that decision on 3rd down, and then if you need to change personnel, you run your personnel out there and you're prepared. You don't make the decision on 4th down. Now you're trying to get your thoughts together.
11:32 to go in the 3rd quarter. Carolina led 7-0 early, but has been absolutely stoned by the Georgia Tech defense since.
This is a big play right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with the way my defense is playing right now, though, I punt the ball and I play the field position game. You know,
Carolina is going to go for it. At least they're sending the offense out there. And it's going to be with 2 tight ends, Walston and Morales on the right side of the line. 2 receivers, Downs and Green, way out to the right. Chandler the back next to Howe. Carolina needs a yard. Howe going to pull it himself, and he's going to lose yardage. And Howe is dumped after the whistle, and here comes a flag. Now, if this is a dead ball foul, it's still going to be a 4th down stop. We'll have to see if it's going to be a personal foul or a dead ball, because Howe got picked up and dropped as the whistles were being blown.
There is no foul on the previous play. First down, Georgia Tech.
Well then, now the officials pick up the flag. So Howe pulled it, tried to keep it himself, and lost 2 yards.
Same play they ran the previous 2 times. They just ran it the opposite direction. Yeah, I don't.
So Georgia Tech is going to start on the Carolina 39. And Brian, since the Tar Heels scored, they've had the ball 6 times. 2 punts, 2 fumbles, a field goal miss, and a turnover on downs. Georgia Tech gets great starting field position. Up 13-7, looking for a big play here. Carolina rushes just 4. Tech going for the kill shot down the field, incomplete. Good defense in the end zone by Conley as he was blanketing Kyrick McGowan.
And they do this, what they call a slot fade, and what they're trying to do is get their slot receiver isolated on your safety, and they feel like that our receiver could outrun your safety. And Conley does a great job of running with the receiver downfield.
McGowan,
a lot of contact, though. Got away with one.
Yeah, the Northwestern transfer. 11:19 to go, 3rd quarter. You know, Lee mentioned this. It just doesn't feel like much has gone right for Carolina in a long time. See if they can get a positive play here. As the ball is snapped, Sims going to take it himself. Jukes out Asante, and he's heading down the far numbers inside the 15. Spins down to the 1. That looked like a broken play.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not even sure Sims was anticipating the snap, so he just took off. He broke Asante's ankles and then took it all the way inside the 5. Georgia Tech hands off on 1st down and loses some yards.
No, it's touchdown. The quarterback kept it, Sims.
Oh, he sure did, and he's in the end zone. Brian, you're absolute. They fooled me. And now a bunch of flags come in.
Legal substitution, defense, more than 11 players in the formation. At the snap, that penalty declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
Yeah, Brian, you're right. Tar Heels were trying to sub. They had way too many men on the field.
And I don't understand why you're trying to sub in that situation. You see the Georgia Tech offense is getting right back on the football after the long play, and we're trying to sub interior defensive linemen.
The extra point is good. And now all of a sudden, in a game where the Tar Heels are having trouble moving the football, they're down 2 scores. So Sims ended up keeping the football for the 1-yard touchdown run. And that was a 3-play drive that took 39 yards to short field after Carolina goes for it in just 32 seconds. Sims, his second rushing touchdown of the night, of the season, and 8th of his career. Tar Heels now in trouble. Down 20-7. 10:53 to go, third quarter from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
10:53 to go, third quarter, and every bit of this game is on the Georgia Tech side right now. All the momentum, all the energy, all the big plays. Carolina is on its heels, down 20-7. Long way to go, but the Tar Heel offense has just 162 yards. And as we mentioned, after the touchdown early in the game, Carolina 2 punts, 2 fumbles, a turnover on downs, and a missed field goal. The most yards anybody has gained on Georgia Tech this season is 301. That was by Northern Illinois in the season opener. Kennesaw State had 272. Clemson had 284. Carolina, coming off the 699 yards last week, has 162 right now. They'll start at the 25 after a touchback on the kickoff. Every sack this year is a sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need in the Triangle. It is a proud partner of Carolina football. It's going to donate up to 30,000 meals to Interfaith Food Shuttle this season. So let's cheer on sacks to give back. And Food Lion's a proud partner of Carolina football. Tar Heels have just 1 sack tonight. Meanwhile, Georgia Tech has 5. That is after they had 3 in the first 3 games of the season. Feels like almost a must-score drive here, Brian, for the Tar Heels. Down 20-7.
Yep.
But just got to get going on the offensive side. Howe wants to throw, finally does so to Morales, and makes the catch, and then he's drilled out of bounds by Wanye Thomas after a short gain, maybe 4 or 5 on the grab by Morales.
And Jones, the score doesn't have to be a touchdown either. Like
Right.
sometimes it seems like we get in that move where we got to score a touchdown, Obviously, that's preferred, but you know, right now we need points for momentum and obviously to cut into this lead right now.
Gain of 4, 2nd and 6. Heels moving left to right. Keep it on the ground this time with Chandler. Has some blockers in front. He's able to wiggle through them and get to the 35. A late flag comes in.
Holding, number 74 offense, 10-yard penalty, repeat 2nd down.
That's Jordan Tucker out on the edge, and Tucker and Quez Jackson were getting in each other's face. That's who Tucker was blocking on the play. And, you know, you get to that point on the road, and Mac Brown's talked about this. You know, close calls don't go your way. You know, the crowd's rolling.
Yep.
Carolina, if it's going to be the type of team it thinks like it has a chance to be, it's got to respond to these situations.
Absolutely.
Right now, the Tar Heels are getting knocked back, down 20-7. Still a long way to go, but they got to get something going. They'll try it on the ground. Chandler has some room to run over the 30. Excuse me, and taken down at the 33. So a good long run there of 13 by Chandler. It'll bring up third down and about 2. Heels went for it on 4th and short last time out. That set up a short field, and Georgia Tech scored a touchdown to go up 13. Carolina just 3 of 9 on third down. Howell pulls it, throws it. Morales with the catch. He was short of the sticks, and I don't think he got there after making the grab. Caught it in the flat and was knocked down. Tar Heels this time will send the punt unit out. So Morales caught it, but needed 2 and got just 1. Georgia Tech's defense continues to dominate the ball game.
Yep. Right now, Georgia Tech is just playing a lot faster than we are. They're getting to the spot. They're beating Carolina to the spot.
Tar Heels 3 of 10 on third down. Kiernan gets the snap, rolls to his right, boots one deep, fielded at the 15 by Georgia Tech's McGowan. He's able to slip through one tackle attempt by Roseman Sinclair, who's been so active. But then eventually he's swarmed under just short of the 20-yard line at the 19. Let's go down to Lee Pace. Lee, what's the feeling down there on the sideline?
It's glum right now, Jones. Coach is trying to get the players in it. Jordan Tucker, who's one of the kindred spirits on the team, has been up and down both offensive and defensive sidelines all game, trying to keep everybody up. This is a big game for 7 Tar Heels, who were 7 of 22 starters on both sides of the ball are from the state of Georgia.
50-yard punt there by Kiernan. Georgia Tech going to throw on first down, and a completion and a quick tackle by Morrison out in the flat left side. He drilled the receiver Nate McCollum for a short gain. Well, gains 5 to the 24. Long throw by Sims from the right hash to the left flat. Georgia Tech trying to play with some pace. Sims to throw, passes tipped in the air, but goes to Georgia Tech. Boy, sometimes it's just not going your way as Carolina tipped the ball up in the air, but it fell into the hands of Malachi Carter. Cedric Gray, the Tar Heel who tipped that pass, and a lot of times when that happens, it's a pick.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a gain of 16 and a first down.
And a lot of times when that happens, it seems like the ball just sits in the air, and that one seemed like it went right to the receiver.
Sims, play action, rolls out to the right. Throws on the move, and a sliding grab and a nice one at the 49 by Nate McCollum. That's the Carolina 49. So a gain of 11 on the play.
You see Georgia Tech using Sims out of the pocket. Carolina has had trouble with containing quarterbacks in the pocket, especially when a guy with Sims' type of mobility.
Jackets trying to play with pace. They'll hand off to Gibbs. Almost fought through a tackle, but is dropped. Cedric Gray with the stop. Gain of 4 to the Tar Heel 45. 20-7. Georgia Tech has run off 20 straight points after Carolina led early, 7-0. Tar Heels have just not been able to get moving offensively. They've turned it over twice, and the Jackets are flying around with confidence and up 2 scores. 2nd and 6. Moving right to left, gold helmets, all navy blue uniforms. Gold trim for the Jackets tonight in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Sims again on the ground to Gibbs. Pops it to the outside, and Carolina, Chapman and Morrison trip him down over the 40. That's a first down. That was, you saw some of the reason why Gibbs was so highly recruited.
North Carolina player, number 20.
Tony Grimes shaken up at the end of that play. You saw a reason why Gibbs was so highly recruited out of high school. He just turned on the Jets.
Media timeout.
On that one.
Yeah.
And Grimes he's flat on his back. The Tar Heels are looking at his right leg.
I think it's foot, ankle.
It's going to be a full timeout. 6:37 to go. Boy, just not much going right now. Third quarter in Atlanta. Heels down 13 from Learfield.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-Hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-Hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Corner position for this snap. It'll be first down for Georgia Tech at the 37 of the Tar Heels. 20-7 Jackets. Just 6:37 to go again in the third quarter. Tar Heel football brought to you in part by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Having a home is hard work. Get a quote at geico.com. That is easy. So coming out for Carolina, it is going to be Obi Egbuna at the other corner spot opposite of Kyler McMichael. We'll see how long Grimes has to sit. He is up and walking around on the sideline. The safeties are Conley and Biggers. Jeremiah Gimmel and Cedric Gray, the two middle backers. Up front for Carolina, Tamon Fox, Miles Murphy, Ray Vohasek, and Kamen Rucker. First down for Georgia Tech, still Sims at the quarterback spot, three-time ACC Rookie of the Week a year ago. Came in for Jordan Yates late in the first half, and he's going to throw. Carolina has a couple of defenders run into each other. That allows the Jacket receiver to make the catch at the 20, and powering down the sideline is McGowan. Georgia Tech went right at Egbuna, who got caught up, I believe, with Chapman, in the secondary, and that allowed McGowan to get free. Down to the 10. Handoff. Nope, Sims keeps it himself, so around the right side, and only a great open field tackle by Grimes kept Sims from scoring again. That's why Sims has fooled me with a good play action. Luckily, he didn't fool Tony Grimes.
And Jones, on that big play, did you see they motioned to a stack formation out wide?
Handoff, Brian, plowing to the goal line, and in is Jahmyr Gibbs, and all of a sudden, Georgia Tech running away with it. As the Jackets now up 26-7 over the Tar Heels. Shell-shocked here in Atlanta.
And really it's starting at the line of scrimmage for Georgia Tech on both sides of the ball. Up front on offense, we're struggling to block them. And then on defense, they're getting big plays and they're running the football hard. And then once you allow the quarterback to get out of the pocket, he's able to throw the ball. He has a really good arm also, throws a tight spiral, and he's been fairly accurate.
Referee Gary Patterson not allowing the snap yet. Hadn't gotten the word that the replay official confirms the score. Now he has. 26-27 if the PAT is good. Unanswered points for Georgia Tech. Extra point is through. It'll officially be a 4-yard touchdown run for Jahmyr Gibbs. That is his first touchdown of the season. It caps an 8-play, 81-yard drive in 2:50. So we've said this a couple times, but now you're getting down to now or never for the Tar Heel offense. They've got to score here, down 20.
Yeah.
And the clock, 5:39 in the third quarter. The Tar Heels have run just 7 plays in this half and turned it over on downs and punted on a 3-and-out. So no first downs, 7 plays, and a total of, let's see here, yardage-wise for Carolina, just 26 yards in the half.
And it's still early, so the clock is not necessarily an issue, but there has to be production now, you figure, on every possession. You know, you can't, at this point, you're probably not, you don't need to be punting the football.
Right.
You know, even if you're getting field goals, you need to be getting points. And I'm not against getting field goals, especially for the rest of this quarter if you get in position. But right now, you just need to. You're not going to erase a 20-point lead on one possession. So there's no need to call the game that way.
Kickoff on the way. It'll be a touchback. Yeah, Jeff Collins was a defensive coordinator before he became a head coach. And a DC at some good places. Florida International, Mississippi State, Florida. And he has brought a swarming defense to his Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets tonight and this season in total. Stations, we owe you an ID break. We'll take it after this first play. The Tar Heels run from the 25 as they trail by 20. 2 receivers either side of the formation for Howe. He's going to throw. Whips it to the tight end right there at the numbers near side. Walston carrying some Jackets for the first down. Good physical play by Walston. Gain of 11. We'll break those 10 seconds. Station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Howe getting the snap as we return to Atlanta. Georgia Tech rushing just 3. Long throw and a good one from Howe to Simmons at the Georgia Tech 45 at the near sideline. He is slung out of bounds there. And it will be big gain for the Tar Heels, and they'll be in Georgia Tech territory. That's Tariq Carpenter.
Timeout, injured Georgia Tech player.
Tariq Carpenter, the safety who threw Simmons out of bounds. He was the man who did not play in the first half due to the targeting call in the previous game. That pass gets it down to the Georgia Tech 38-yard line. Carolina gains 26 on the play. Let's go to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. That's Lee Pace. Lee.
Second straight possession that Q Johnson has been in at center. Brian Anderson has played the whole way. He has got a mountain of white adhesive tape on his right ankle. He's been playing with that all year, all through August training camp, so I don't know if he's just gotten worn down with that right ankle. But Johnson had to go out of the Virginia game late last week with some lower body injuries as well, so we'll keep an eye and see what his mobility is like tonight.
Anderson, according to Mac Brown, had a procedure, medical procedure in preseason, and that's what he's trying to bounce back from, and just hadn't been able to fully, it feels like, get 100% healthy. And he has certainly been trying, but just hadn't been able to be out there at what he would consider full speed or ability so far this season. 5:03 to go in the third quarter as the injured Yellow Jacket is Sylvain Youngjuin, the reserve defensive lineman, gentleman from Belgium. He'll come off towards the Georgia Tech sideline. Carolina will have the football at the Jacket 38. This is as deep as Carolina's been in Georgia Tech territory in some time. A draw to DJ Jones. Fires up the middle, crosses the 30 to the 28-yard line. That's a gain of 5. I had said that ball was marked on the 38. Excuse me, it was marked at the 33. So that run to the 28 is a gain of 5 for DJ Jones. 2nd and 5 with 4:26 and counting in the third quarter. Tar Heels down 20 here. Howe to throw. Wide open is Morales at the 10, and he trips up He was going to score, but just like we saw Demetrius Knight on the fumble recovery in the first half for Tech, Morales just can't keep his footing in the open field, and he falls at the 7. It's a gain of 21. Tar Heels will have first and goal.
I think he thought he was a little closer to the sideline than what he actually was, and he started trying to tiptoe, even though he was off balance a little bit.
Howell rolling out to the right. Looking down the field, he's just going to throw it away. Downs was tackled out at the goal line as he was trying to run into the formation by Trey Swilling. Georgia Tech defended that well. Morales and Downs were both on the side of the field that Howell was rolling to, and both were covered up. So second and goal from the 7-yard line. Tar Heels have not scored since the 10:23 mark of the first quarter. 3:56 in the third quarter, with Carolina down 27-7. Howell is going to throw. Looks to the end zone. Morales with a terrific catch on the back line for 6.
Great catch. Great ball placement, too, by Sam. Understanding sometimes I need to throw a fastball on that one. It was a changeup, put a little air on it, allow his receiver to jump up and make a play over the smaller DB.
Boy, what a grab by Morales, the sophomore out of Buck Lake, Florida. Went way up in the air to grab it, defended by Tariq Carpenter. But Morales able to make the catch. So 27-14 with the extra point by Grayson Atkins. 3:50 to go in the third quarter. For Howell, that makes it now all 29 games that he's played in as a Tar Heel with a touchdown pass. His 10th of the season and 78th of his career. For Morales, it is his second this year and third of his Tar Heel career. It caps a 6-play drive that goes 75 yards in a minute 49 and gets Carolina back within 2 scores at 27-14 and stops that long run of one-sided scoring in this game. Georgia Tech had run off 27 straight after the Tar Heels scored the first touchdown tonight.
Yeah, it was good to see Morales get paid off with the touchdown because he had the long play to get us down there, and he fell down. So great patience by Sam in the pocket, making a good decision, and then great ball placement with his throw.
3 passes to the tight end on that drive. Walston had a gain of 11, and then the 2 to Morales. So as Kim sends it for another touchback, with the Tar Heels in the first half plus struggling to find production down the field from the wide receivers. They find the tight ends for some big plays on that drive. 3:50 to go, third quarter. Georgia Tech will have it after the touchback at the 25-yard line. Tar Heels 2-1 coming into this game. Felt like they had been playing much better football after the wins over Georgia State and Virginia. They've been knocked back tonight. See if the defense, which has played well, can respond. Swing pass out to the far side, caught by Gibbs. He's ridden down by Gimmel. Biggers flew in as well. Gain of about 3 on the play, maybe 4. Ball will be marked in between the 28 and the 29. Let's call it a 3-yard gain. And 2nd and 7 coming up for the Jackets. 3:25 and counting here in the third quarter. Mason now in, standing to the left of the QB Sims, who fakes it to Mason, keeps it himself around the left side, and a great tackle by Gimmel. Kohasik in the mix as well, as it's a gain to the 31 of 3 yards and brings up a big third down. 3rd and 4. Georgia Tech 0 of 6 on third downs tonight, and yet the Jackets have 27 points. 2:50 to go, third quarter. Both teams subbing. Jackets have 3 receivers to the near side as they go right to left. Big third down here for the Tar Heel defense, trying to back up the touchdown with a stop. To throw, Sims caught over the middle. Gibbs still on his feet. Eventually, finally dragged down. It's enough for the first down. Kamen Rucker had dropped into coverage, and he was the man doing his darndest to rip down Gibbs, but first down for the Jackets, their first third down conversion of the night. Gets the ball to the 43 for a gain of 12.
And fire zone by Carolina. They had Toman Fox trying to cover the running back out of the backfield, and that's just a hard matchup.
It'll be Mason in there now next to Sims. Georgia Tech, which has been playing with some pace, now slowing it down with the 2-score lead late in the third quarter. Sims going to keep it himself. Tar Heels looking for a flag on the line of scrimmage as Sims wraps around the right side. There's no flag for holding, and there's a big gain for Sims. Jabari Ritzie was held up as he tried to set the edge as Sims advances to the Tar Heel 42, a gain of 15 on the run. And Sims' running ability has made a difference since he came in. He's now at 55 yards rushing. Georgia Tech as a team at 132. Carolina 256 yards, Georgia Tech 229. But a first down there for the Jackets. And again, content to take time with the 13-point lead. They'll hand off to Mason, and not much there up the middle. As the Tar Heels make the stop, unpiling the bodies. Let's see who the last Tar Heel up is. It's Jabari Ritzie, the talented freshman from Kernersville. Tamon Fox, I believe, in the mix, or Tamari Fox in the mix on that one, too.
Tech on this possession so far, they flipped the field. Even if they don't pick up any more first downs, they punt, they pin Carolina deep. They've done a job. They've burnt a lot of clock.
Yep.
So, that's all they can ask for at this time. And then they feel like they gave up a touchdown last possession, but they're playing really good defense right now.
2nd and 8. Sims alone in the backfield. Got to watch for the QB run. That's what it is, and Carolina sniffs it out. Ritzie again. Kevin Hester in the mix, too. A gain of 2 on the play. That will be the last play, unless Tech wants to snap it, but I don't think they do. The last play of the third quarter. Georgia Tech extends its lead over the Tar Heels. It was 13-7 at the half. It's 27-14 going to the fourth. Carolina's going to need a big fourth quarter, which would start with a big third down stop when we return. Just 15 minutes to play. Heels down 27-14 from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel state through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a broken traffic light. Stop and go is the name of my game. It's easy. You go, they go. Or was it they go, you go? And if you have the wrong car insurance, these repair costs could stop you in your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state, based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
The Chapel Hill Restaurant Group and their award-winning restaurants, 411 West, Squids, Mez Contemporary Mexican, and Page Road Grill are favorites of Carolina fans. And now there's a new member of the family, Lulu Bang Bang, offering fantastic Asian street food in the RTP at Exit 282, right beside Mez and Page Road Grill. The group also caters events throughout the Triangle and frequently provides meals for Tar Heel teams. Support the businesses that support the Tar Heels. Dine with the Chapel Hill Restaurant Group. Visit chapelhillrestaurantgroup.com to learn more.
Ready to get back in the game? Great news! The movement experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results and keep you off the sidelines. With over 20 convenient locations across North and South Carolina, contact Breakthrough Physical Therapy today at www.breakthrough-pt.com to see a physical therapist. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and trusted choice for keeping Tar Heel fans in the game.
Farm Bureau scoreboard as Georgia Tech and Carolina go to the fourth quarter. The Jackets lead the Tar Heels 27-14. Elsewhere around the top 25, Tennessee trailing at number 11, Florida 31-14 with just over 3 minutes left to play. Nebraska leading at number 20, Michigan State 20-13 midway through the fourth quarter. Oklahoma State with a 31-20 lead on number 25, Kansas State in the fourth. No upset here with number 1 Alabama leading Southern Miss 49-14 with 13.5 to play. But West Virginia leading number 4 Oklahoma 13-10 start of the fourth quarter. So Jones, big day for upsets already. Could get a little bit bigger tonight.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's 27-14 here. Carolina looking for a big third down stop. Georgia Tech 3rd and 6. It's been a tough trip to Atlanta. Carolina just 9 wins, 19 losses, and a tie all time in Atlanta. Just 2-9 in their last 11 games. And I'll give credit. I didn't think this was going to be a terrific home field advantage for Tech here in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Yeah. It has been. It's been loud and a difficult place to play. But the Tar Heels can get the ball back here with a big stop. They scored a touchdown last time they had the football. Sims will throw. It's going to be a little swing pass out to the far side. Collins couldn't quite get to Gibbs. Gimmel does eventually, knocking him out at the 35, short of the first down.
And great job by Collins, though. Wasn't able to make the tackle, but kept flushing it outside. Georgia Tech is going to go.
Yeah, they're going for it. They're playing with pace. Got to be careful here not to jump offside because it is a 4th and 3. And now Tech is going to ease up. Still a lot of time on the play clock. Again, they clap, trying to get Carolina to jump. Tar Heels staying put. Sims now looking to the sideline. 10 seconds now on the play clock. 4th and 3 from the 35. Still looking to the sideline. And Georgia Tech's going to take a timeout.
Timeout, Georgia Tech. The first charge timeout of the second half.
So we'll see what the Jackets decide to do. And we will keep it here. And by keeping it here, let's go to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee.
Jones, what a great job by Jeremiah Gimmel getting the Tar Heel defense up off the far boundary, get them lined up, get them in position, make sure he knew the call. Tar Heel coaches have talked all year about how this defense could be coached by Jeremiah Gimmel, the offense by Sam Howell, that they're just those kind of leaders that everybody looks up to. And great job there by Gimmel making sure they were in the right spots at the right time.
Be interested to see, Lee and Brian, what Georgia Tech decides here. I mean, they're not going to punt.
No.
But they could kick a field goal.
Yeah.
But they're going to leave the offense on the field.
Well, it makes sense because punting is really wasting time. And the field goal, you risk it getting blocked. So you might as well go for it.
It is 4th and 3. Carolina trying to get the ball back, down 13, early fourth quarter. Sims will get the snap. Looking to his left, his throw. Oh, my gosh, wide open at the 31st down. Conley eventually tackles Kyrick McGowan, but he had gotten free. They're wanting to Tar Heel around. Like to see the replay of that. You wonder if there was some kind of defensive or a little offensive rub or something there.
Well, they motion to that stack release again, and then Conley has to play off, and that allows him to have the receiver to have space.
So a big first down. Tech throwing to the end zone and bringing it in for the touchdown over the top of Kyler McMichael for the Jackets is, let's see, Malachi Carter. Could never see who it was because he was celebrating with his teammates. What a catch by Carter as Kyler McMichael in pretty good defensive position, but could not break up the play.
Ruling on the field of the touchdown. Previous play is under further review.
Going to review it. I think the question is if Carter got any part of his body down.
No, he definitely got the foot in. I think they may have been looking, did he maintain possession of the ball once he came down? He has the ball right now.
Well, I think is the first thing that hits his knee out of bounds.
I think you're right, Jones.
Or is it his left toe? It's going to be a really close call. The call on the field is a touchdown. I feel like Kyler McMichael.
Yeah, actually his right toe. It's his right toe that touches right there before the knee hits.
I feel like Kyler McMichael has a lot of those type of plays where he's in position, and you'd say, hey, pretty good defensive play, and yet the other team makes the catch.
And once again, we talked about with, I think it was Tony Grimes on the other end. The ball is at the 35. Once you get close to the goal line as the cornerback, you have to start looking for the football. And so, you know, he was in good position, but as the cornerback, that's only half of your job. Now you got to find the football and be able to make a play on it.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
So Georgia Tech has now scored on its last 3 drives. That one a 9-play, 75-yard touchdown drive and 4:58 off the clock. Carolina's defense kept it in the game for a long time despite the offensive struggles, but now Georgia Tech moving the football, and they're going for 2. Up now 33-14. So Sims to Carter for the 27-yard touchdown. They're going to run a reverse coming to the near side and now throw it for the 2. As they reversed it to P.J. Harris, and then he threw to Dylan Leonard, the tight end, for the 2-point conversion. It is the first 2-point play Tech has run this year, and the second time that Carolina's defense has given up a 2-point conversion in as many tries. So 13:52 to go. Carolina on the wrong side of a 35-14 score from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
At Jersey Mike's, we take great satisfaction in getting that perfect meat slice. Yes. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Because slice to order makes a sub above. Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Jersey Mike's number 16 Chicken Philly. Because grilled to order makes a sub above.
This is becoming a long night in Atlanta for the Tar Heels. 35-14 Georgia Tech. Jackets up 3 scores. They had a ton of confidence after last week. Played Clemson to the wire. Their question was, could they build off of that and have a better performance this week? And the answer has been a resounding yes. Carolina's question was, could the Heels take that step of being a favorite, going on the road, and taking care of business? And that answer to this point has been no, as the Heels have been outplayed tonight by Georgia Tech, who's forced a couple turnovers, taking advantage of short fields, and now their offense is chugging along as well, as Georgia Tech has scored on 3 straight possessions and has over 200 yards of offense in the second half. Kickoff is away, and it's going to be another touchback. So just 13:52 to play. That North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reading 35-14. And, you know, since the defense for Georgia Tech is going to be the story unless things turn around, but Sims has been a big deal too.
Yep.
Brian, 5 drives that Sims has been the quarterback, 4 touchdowns. For Yates, he had 5 drives and had just 2 field goals in there. So Sims has moved this offense better for Georgia Tech.
Yep, and it's really his athleticism that's able to move the chains, and also he can break the pocket and make explosive plays with his legs, and he's thrown the ball well.
Tar Heels set up a tunnel screen to Downs near side, and he's ripped down from behind at over the 30 by Jarrett Ivey, defensive end who retreated to make the tackle. I think Downs kind of stubbed his toe, started stumbling a little bit before Ivey got there. We've seen that several times here on this artificial turf where some guys have just lost their footing. Certainly Ivey was still in the area to make the play, but Downs got slowed up. How to throw. He's going to use his outlet. Jones, who makes a man miss in the backfield on the far side, and now heads up the sideline for the first down. Nice move by DJ Jones after making the catch behind the line of scrimmage. Made a little jab step and had the Georgia Tech defender, Trinelius Tatum, waving at him. Gets out to the 39-yard line for a gain of 9 and a first down. Tar Heels need to score, though, down by 21. Powell looking for a deep ball. Coxon fires, and Downs is up in the air and undercut, incomplete. He elevated to try to make the catch around midfield, and ball was a little high. Walton took Downs' legs out as he was up in the air, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and as soon as Sam let go of that football, I knew it was either going to be a big hit or a possibility of an interception. The DB was sitting there waiting on that deep over by Josh Downs. Right there, the corner playing in the flat.
2nd and 10, Tar Heels down 21. Got to score. 12:54 to go, fourth quarter. Looking for another big ball down the field. Powell couldn't pull the trigger, and he's dropped. 6th sack of the night. This one's back at the 31, and it is all Georgia Tech.
Yeah, and I feel like if Sam would have just believed what he saw, he had Antoine Green on the post that was open. The protection is there. If he just lets it go right now, he would have had a chance. But that's what pressure does to you, Jones. You know, it makes you take your eyes from downfield and you start feeling that pressure, and you have to credit Georgia Tech defense.
3rd and 18 here. Howe going to uncork one down the far sideline and making the catch.
Beautiful
and
ball.
Still running down the sideline, dragging his defender inside the 10 is Emory Simmons. What a catch by Simmons on a beautifully thrown ball, and then he wasn't going to go down. Gets all the way down to the Jacket 6-yard line.
Yeah, great ball placement right there by Sam, and good catch by Emory. Good job of getting over the top of the DB, looking the ball in, and then fighting for extra yards after the catch.
Was 63 yards from Howell to Simmons. So 1st and goal. On the ground, DJ Jones gets a couple inside the 5. There's a Tar Heel, Jordan Tucker, who is hurt behind the play.
I think it's Richards, actually.
No, you're right. It is. It's Awesome Richards, not Jordan Tucker. You're right, Brian.
Media timeout.
Big offensive lineman who is down. Richards, the junior from Philadelphia, is shaken up. That's going to take us to a full time out on the play. Officially, that play to Simmons is going to go down as a 64-yard completion, longest of the night for Carolina. Then the 2-yard run by Jones has it 2nd and goal from the 4. Concern right now with Awesome Richards as the Tar Heel training staff and coaches are out there with him. We'll take a break. Heels down by 21 from Learfield.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
After he was shaken up on that last play, Carolina's going to bring in Ed Montelis to move to the left guard and slide Izudu out to the left tackle spot where Richards normally plays. So the O-line left to right, Izudu, Montelis, still Q Johnson at center. Lee told you about that earlier in the ball game with Brian Anderson battling some nagging injuries. McKeithen at right guard, Tucker at right tackle. Howell will have DJ Jones to his right, Simmons wide right, Green wide left, down slot left, Walston a wing on the right side of the line. Howell looking to the left, now looking to the right. He just has to throw it away as he got hit at the end of the play. And that brings up 3rd and goal from the 4. And Carolina, obviously in a 4-down scenario here. Field goal doesn't do you any good. Down 35-14 with 11:21 to go.
Which in some sense, in terms of play calling, makes it easy because you know you have 2 down, so don't necessarily have to throw the ball in the end zone.
They are going to throw, though. Howell to the left side, and wide open for 6 is Josh Downs. Downs brings it in the front left corner of the end zone to make it 35-20. And it looks like the Tar Heels may be going for 2 here.
Wow.
This would get it to a 13-point game. There's a fan on the field. And he does a somersault in the end zone before multiple security members gather him up. And he'll have a longer night than he anticipated. So, trying to do the math on this one.
Yeah, me too.
Tar Heels going to go for 2 to try to make this a 13-point game.
So I guess they say if they get the 3rd touchdown, they go for the win.
So, Howell will be in the shotgun in this 2-point play. Fakes it to Chandler. Oh, gosh, wide open for the 2. That is, it's an offensive lineman wearing number 92. 92 is Cole Maynard, the punter. That's not Cole. So somebody had changed jerseys, and as a lineman, went out and caught the football for the 2-point conversion. 11:18 to go into the 4th quarter. Tar Heels make it 35-22 on the Howell to Downs touchdown. That converted or completed an 8-play, 75-yard drive in 2:33. And now, feels a little early for an onside, down 2 scores. Give your defense one more chance here to get a stop, I would think.
I would agree with that.
Let's see who's taken off that 92 jersey. On at the sideline, it is Caden Baker, the sophomore tackle for the Tar Heels out of Fort Myers, Florida, I think. As the kickoff is away by Kim, a bouncing ball that's going to end up going out of bounds. And so, for the first time all year, Jonathan Kim
kickoff out of bounds.
Doesn't have a touchback.
Be placed at the 35-yard line, right hash, 1st and 10.
So, after all that, Carolina's still down 13 points. And will need a big defensive stop, but the out-of-bounds kick puts the ball at the 35-yard line. That was, I think, Caden Baker. We're getting reports from the sideline that it was Eli Sutton, but
no,
Caden
it's definitely Baker.
Yeah, it's 57.
Yep.
So that's who caught that 2-point conversion for the Tar Heels. So Georgia Tech starting at the 35 with the now 13-point lead. Tar Heels have a big chance here to get a stop, get the ball back, trying to rip the ball away from Jordan Mason on the carry. Can't do that, but they do stop him for a short gain of 2 to make it 2nd and 8. Carolina has 2 timeouts remaining, 11 minutes to go, down 35-22. Georgia Tech now taking plenty of time, as you would expect, huddling up behind the football with the 2-score lead. Jackets looking to snap a 9-game losing streak to ranked opponents. Handoff on the jet sweep. Coming to the far side is Dante Smith. And Smith somehow got through a bunch of tackles. Oh, now they're blowing the play dead. As Smith's going to keep running, but the officials blew it dead back at the 42 for a gain of 5. Smith kept running. The Georgia Tech sideline exploded. And that's a play you can't review.
No, he definitely stayed up.
Because since the officials blew it dead, you can't review that because the Tar Heels stopped running because the play was blown dead. It was a heck of a play by Smith. And you're right, Brian. I think he may have actually stayed up.
No, he definitely did. But that was bad tackling by Carolina. Bad tackling.
It'll be a gain of 5. And Georgia Tech's going to take a timeout because after all the arguing about the call, the play clock had dropped down to under 10 seconds.
30-second timeout.
So Georgia Tech takes a timeout. They'll have 1 left. And we may be taking a full timeout as well. 9:44 to go. It is going to be a full timeout here in Atlanta. And again, the Jackets are angry about the call, and rightfully so, but it isn't one that you can replay.
Right.
So let's go to break. Tar Heels down 13 from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Like a last-second touchdown to beat your rival, or the play that you can remember like it was yesterday. Penn Station East Coast Subs fuels your passion for greatness. With a menu featuring an array of mouth-watering grilled submarine sandwiches, fresh-cut fries, and hand-squeezed lemonade, let Penn Station Subs make every day feel like game day. Penn Station East Coast Subs is happy to serve you with 6 locations right here in the Triangle. Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
Lee's 24-hour towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
35-22, Georgia Tech by 13 with 9:44 to go. And the Jackets looking at a 3rd and 3. They converted just 1 third down. It was a big one, though, earlier in this second half. Also converted a 4th down on their last touchdown drive.
Yeah, Carolina, I'm sorry, Joe.
No, Tar Heels just trying to get the ball back. Brian still down 13 with 9:44 to go. They need a stop to get the ball in the offense's hands.
Yeah, and Carolina need 3 and outs. They can't allow Georgia Tech to even get first down.
Tar Heels do have 2 timeouts, but they'd like those for now. But a big 3rd down coming. Sims claps his hands as Gibbs comes through in motion. He'll hand off now to Smith. Gosh, Tar Heels can't tackle this guy. as he pounds over the 45 for the first down. Smith, the man who correctly did not go down. I mean, as all the Georgia Tech fans are angry about, he did not go down on the last play, and there's an injured Tar Heel. And Smith on that run was hit right about the line to gain for first down, and Carolina couldn't stop him.
I think it's Murphy.
Trying to get a look at that. That's what Brian's talking about the injured Tar Heel. It is Miles Murphy. Brian's right, the sophomore out of Greensboro. He wants to stay on the field, but big fella, if you're injured, you got to come off for at least one play. So he's going to leave, and it's 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech at the 49-yard line after a gain of 7. Jackets just 2 of 9 on third down, but they've converted a couple big ones in the second half. The Tar Heel defense is going to be Tamari Fox, Reva Hasek, Javari Ritzy, Taman Fox up front. Gimmel and Gray, the inside backers. Chapman, the nickelback. Kelly and Morrison, the safeties. McMichael and Grimes, the corners. 9:22 and counting. Georgia Tech bringing a man on the field late. The tight end, Leonard. Play clock at 13. Jackets milking the clock up by 13 points. Tar Heels can't afford to give up too many more first downs. Sims hands off to Smith. Going to the far side, hawked down by McMichael. Good tackle by the Tar Heel corner after a gain of about 3.
Yeah, that was a good job by McMichael, keeping his leverage. Even though the running back got outside, he was able to run him down for a short gain.
Smith has the reputation as a big-time playmaker coming in this game at 5 touchdowns and 65 career carries. Averaged better than 7 yards per carry in his career, and he is a lightning bolt back there.
Yeah, and run with power.
Yep. And he's going to get the football again, waiting behind the line. Now he'll just duck forward. Chris Collins and Tamari Fox combined on the hit at the 46. So it's another key third down for this Tar Heel defense, who's been good on this down tonight. But the Jackets have converted a couple big ones late-ish in this game, including one earlier in this drive. Clock at 8:08 really becomes a factor for the Heels down 13 if they can't get a stop here. Jackets need 4 yards to the 41. They're snapping it, moving left to right on the far hash at the 45 of the Tar Heel. Sims going to roll out himself and slides down for the first down. Just the straight read option play. Sims kept it himself and wrapped around the right side for another big conversion. So before this drive started, so these numbers won't be 100% accurate, but before this drive started, the Jackets were averaging almost 8 yards per play with Sims as the quarterback. That number was significantly lower when Jordan Yates was in there at QB. It was just a little over 3 yards per play. Working off the Carolina 39. Stretch play to the far side, and Gibbs, and a hard hit by Cameron Kelly. But not before Gibbs gets a couple of yards as the Jackets continue to milk this clock away. Ball to the 34 for a gain of 5.
And that's a good job by Cameron Kelly from the safety position, coming from high to low, filling the alley, and making the big-time tackle.
6:41 and counting. Tar Heels need the ball, down 13, 35-22. Do have 2 timeouts, but still early to take those. But you got to get a stop. Heels have failed on 2 third-down opportunities to get off the field on this drive. Leonard, the tight end, comes in motion, stops on the right side of the line. Hand off to Mason. He goes that way, and he's into the secondary. Mason at the 15, at the 10, and taken down by Grimes inside the 10-yard line. Mason with the run down to the 5. A gain of 29. And The Georgia Tech offense trying to score a touchdown for the 4th consecutive possession. They don't do it on that play. Pounding forward for about 2. It is now 2nd and goal from the 3.
And Jones, you hear sometimes coaches talk about not necessarily having to run for a lot of yards, but being able to run when you need to run. And that's exactly what Georgia Tech has done tonight, being able to run the football when they needed to.
10th play of the drive for Georgia Tech is another run. That one loses a yard. And in fact, every play of this drive has been a run. Clock down to 5:30 to go. 35-22. Tar Heels trying to hold Georgia Tech to a field goal attempt, assuming that's what the Jackets would do if they didn't score a touchdown to go up by 16.
Yep. And there's nothing more rewarding for an offense to be able to close out a game by running the football the way that Georgia Tech has done so far, even though the game is not over. But right now with the ball at the 4-yard line, obviously if you're a Georgia Tech fan, you feel pretty good about where you are.
Jet sweep to Smith going to the far side. Gimmel and now Morrison close the door for a loss on the play back to the 8. And Georgia Tech will send out the field goal unit. The tackle was made inbound, so the clock doesn't even stop for a moment. So Carolina does force the field goal attempt, which would keep it at a 2-score game. So going for 2 earlier and converting for the Tar Heels could potentially keep this at a 2-score game if this field goal goes in. Samaglia, the Tennessee transfer, booting this off the left hash. It's only going to be a 27-yard kick. The Jackets are going to run the clock all the way down. They may even take a delay of game to try and improve the angle. Let's see, did they take a timeout? No.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
So they did indeed take the deliberate delay of game. This is a still very short and likely makeable field goal for Samaglia. It'll now be about 31 yards. He's never missed. Well, he's not this year, but he has missed before, 15 of 20 from between 30 and 39 yards. This one off the left hash from 31. Snap back, spot down, kicks up, and it's good. So Samaglia makes his 3rd field goal of the night. And that makes it 38-22. Tar Heels 4:07. They need 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions. Not impossible. That's a tall mountain to climb. We'll see if the Heels can do it when we return. Carolina down 16 from Learfield.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
WCAB, the music's on us.
Just 4:07 remains. Carolina now down 16 points, 38-22. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. And it believes in an inclusive community, and believes an inclusive community is a healthy community. BCBS resolves to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower our future leaders. So Georgia Tech has scored on 4 consecutive drives, 3 touchdowns and now a field goal. That drive, 12 plays, 52 yards. The big number, though, the time off the clock. 7 minutes and 11 seconds burn off the clock there. The last 2 scoring drives for Georgia Tech have taken over 12 minutes of game action. Carolina not out of it, but has to score quickly, and at this point probably needs an onside kick as well. With 4:07 remaining, down 38-22.
And convert the two
and have to convert the 2 twice, yeah. Other than that, easy. Jackets have now outgained Carolina, 343 to 331. Chandler is going to return this from a yard deep. And he's stuffed as he crosses the 15 to the 18, maybe the 19. The Tar Heels will start there with an even 4 minutes on the clock. 2 timeouts and down 38-22. Still no Awesome Richards on the offensive line. He was injured late in that last drive, so Izudu still at left tackle and Montelis at left guard. Simmons, who had a big catch last drive, is wide right. Morales and Downs both in the slot as Carolina has 3 receivers to the right, Green to the left as they move from right to left. Looking for a deep shot. Howell lets it go. Hit as he was thrown. That caused the pass to come up short to Downs. And here comes a late flag.
Offensive.
Looks like it is an offensive pass interference, perhaps.
Pass interference. Offense, number 88. Half the distance to the goal. Still first down.
That's Morales.
You want that, don't you?
So that must have been some kind of block downfield for Morales. A little surprised Georgia Tech took the penalty. I mean, it moves Carolina back inside the 10. But the Tar Heels
get another down.
Yeah, get another down. Back at the 10-yard line now for the Tar Heels. 1st and 19. Howell to throw, dumps it off over the middle. Morales breaks a tackle at the 15. He's at the 20 and caught from behind there at around the 25-yard line. He'll be down officially at the 24. And 2 Georgia Tech players are down.
Timeout, injured Georgia Tech player.
Charlie Thomas and Quez Jackson both down. Now Jackson is up, but Thomas is not. Clock stops at 3:41. That play gained 14 yards. It is going to be 2nd and 5. We need to take one more quick break. Let's do it while they tend to Thomas on the field. Heels down 16 from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
bigger gain than the 16 yards that the Heels gained on the play.
Not only that, he probably would have been able to get out of bounds, more importantly.
Good point. 3:20 to go as Carolina snaps it to Howe. Shuffles out of the pocket to the right, throws, caught by Morales. He is pushed out of bounds. Short of the first down, not quite to the 50 at the 48. Clock already moving again, though, because the clock not under 2 minutes. That's when it stays stopped. Gain of 8 on the play. Tar Heels close to midfield now, still on their side of the 50 at the 48. Down 16 points. Howe looking to the left. Now he's going to leave the pocket to the right. Fire down the sideline. Dropped. Emory Simmons had it at the Georgia Tech 35 and just had it pop right out of his hands. Second drop tonight. Chaffee Brown had one earlier as well. That brings up 3rd and 2. Does stop the clock with 2:41 to go. Coke Zero Sugar postgame report coming up after this one. We'll talk to Mac Brown. Dave will get you completely up to date on stats and scores as well. Justin Olson, Garrett Walston, Josh Downs all to the left. Simmons, the lone receiver, to the right. Howe to throw on 3rd and short. He's going to come out of the pocket and now run. He has the first down and slides down at the Jacket 45. Now keep the drive going as the Tar Heels try to hurry to the line of scrimmage. Clock at 2:24. Carolina down 16. Needs 2 scores. Howe under pressure has to throw it away. Kyle Kennard, the man pressuring Howe. The incompletion stops the clock at 2:17 to go. Carolina has a 3-game homestand coming up. Duke, Florida State, and Miami. Georgia Tech hosts Pitt next weekend at noon. Still work to do here, though. Heels down 16, trying for a last-minute comeback. Howe hit as he threw it. It's still loose. Both teams fighting for the football. I think Howe may have gotten back on it. Although the Jackets say they have it, and indeed they do.
Ruling on the field is a fumble recovery by Georgia Tech. 3rd down.
Looks like Jamon Brooks came out of there with it as the hit was made by Jarrett Ivey to force the fumble, and that will just about do it.
And Jones, even if we would have scored the amount of time that we were taking to get down the field, it would have made it very difficult, even if we would have got the onside kick, to have time. I guess that's where we're saving the timeouts, but I still think if you don't use your timeouts, you create that pressure situation for your offense. Use your timeouts because time is more important than the actual timeout.
So Georgia Tech going to keep it on the ground, fighting to the 50 for a gain of 3 is Smith.
I think right now this Carolina football team has to kind of figure out what they are and who they are. But on this night, you got to give Georgia Tech the credit because they just play really good football. They didn't do everything well. Carolina helped them out in some spots, but they played with a lot of energy. They played hard. They played physical. They were the better tackling team tonight, I thought. You have to give Georgia Tech a lot of credit.
Sims going to keep it himself, and he's into the open field. He'll outrun everybody and put an exclamation point on this one for the Jackets. "50-yard touchdown run." Sims, who had not played since the first game of the season due to that arm injury, has come back with a fury. You mix that with the stellar defensive performance, and it has been all Yellow Jackets tonight. They now lead at 44-22 with the extra point on the way. That is Sims' third rushing touchdown of the night. So he has now run for 128 yards and 3 touchdowns. He has thrown for 112 yards and a touchdown. So 4 total touchdowns for Sims, still classified as a freshman, even though he did play last year. And he has made a huge difference for this Georgia Tech offense, along with the defense, which has played so well tonight, forcing 3 turnovers, all fumbles by Howe. They've sacked Howe 7 times. Tar Heels have just been harassed all night long.
7 times sacked, 3 turnovers, 3 fumbles from Sam.
Just 68 yards rushing for Carolina. Georgia Tech now with 263. And that is also 5 straight possessions that the Jackets have scored. 4 touchdowns and a field goal.
When you had to have stops, you were down by multiple possessions. You have to have stops on those possessions, and you're not able to do it. And even more consequential, you give up touchdown.
Fair catch on the kickoff. So Carolina will have it at the 25 with 1:13 to go. Mentioned the Tar Heels have 3 straight home games. They have the opportunity to try and get a little better, play in front of the home crowd. But to be what they want to be, they've got to figure out this road scenario.
And
Carolina, with this, Brian, they're going to be 5-7 on the road under Mac Brown, and 1-6 in road games that kick off at 6 o'clock or later.
And you say be what you want to be, and I don't know if you're speaking short term or long term, meaning short term this season or long term. To me, if you think about what they thought they could be at the beginning of the year, I think that's already over. Like, to be that. So long term, they do have to get those things figured out. A lot of football left. I mean, I don't want to sound like the season is over, because it's definitely not. But with the aspirations in preseason, I think those are out of the window.
Howell is still in the game. Incompletion on the first down throw. So 2nd and 10 with 1:09 to go. He's going to throw again down the far side, and being dislodged from the football is Emory Simmons. Wanye Thomas came over and made contact right when the ball arrived.
That's just good safety play by Thomas, showing good range to get off the hash, to get over to the boundary, the sideline, and to break up that pass on that 9 route.
Still 1:02 to go. So Tar Heels going to fall to 2-2. More importantly, though, 1-2 in conference play. Georgia Tech will improve to 2-2 and 1-1 in the league. Howell trying to get out of the pocket, and he's going to be dropped one more time. That just sums it up for Howell tonight. He has been sacked 8 times. Charlie Thomas with another one. By the way, Thomas was the man credited with the fumble recovery on the previous possession. He has been all over the place. Junior from Thomasville, Georgia. He's been spectacular for the Georgia Tech defense. And that brings up 4th down. Clock is running.
And the game is crazy because both teams leave here tonight 2-2. Georgia Tech having lost to Northern Illinois.
Howell is hit as he throws, Brian, and it'll be incomplete. And Carolina will turn it over on downs.
Forward pass. Turnover on downs. 1st down, Georgia Tech.
Let's quickly break. 10-second station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
So just 15 seconds left. Brian, what were you going to say before
I
we
was
took
just
that
going to say
ID
both teams are 2-2, and Georgia Tech's one of their losses was to Northern Illinois. But leaving tonight, guarantee you Georgia Tech feels a lot better about themselves than Carolina do, and both teams are sitting at 2-2. And this Georgia Tech team is a good football, and the Coastal's going to be wide open. And if Georgia Tech plays the way they played tonight, they're going to be right in the hunt.
Sims will take a knee. Carolina's not going to use the timeouts, and that'll do it. Georgia Tech snaps a 9-game losing streak to ranked opponents. The Jackets are about to douse Jeff Collins with Gatorade. Mac Brown, who was trying to go shake Coach Collins' hands, gets out of the way. Now he gets a moment to congratulate the winning head coach as Carolina, for the second time this season, goes on the road. And for the second time this season is going to leave extraordinarily disappointed as they give up 8 sacks, turn it over 3 times, and see Georgia Tech score on its final 5 possessions of the game to pull away from the Tar Heels 45-22. Coke Zero Sugar postgame report coming up. Tar Heels dropped to 2-2, 1-2 in the league. Tech improves to 2-2, 1-1 in the ACC. More to do from Atlanta after this from Learfield.
Texting while driving takes your... This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to janetkingrdu.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
Carolina falls on the road to Georgia Tech 45-22, the final. This is the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report from our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Dave Nathan back with you. We'll send things back over to Jones when he catches up with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Brian Simmons will also give you his postgame thoughts, but in the meantime, let's get you caught up on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, it's a final from Atlanta. Carolina falls to Georgia Tech 45-22. Meanwhile, in Durham, Duke gets the 52-33 win over Kansas. And Raleigh, NC State gets the better of Clemson in double overtime. It's the Pack 27 and the Tigers 21. Louisville keeps Florida State out of the W column with a 31-23 win. In ACC play, Miami shuts out Central Connecticut 69-0. It's Virginia Tech besting Richmond 21-10. Pittsburgh 77, New Hampshire 7. And in overtime, Boston College slips by Missouri 41-34. In the top 25, at the top of the pile, number 1 Alabama obliterates Southern Miss 63-14. Georgia shuts out Vanderbilt 62-0. Number 3 Oregon leading Arizona 10-zip midway through the first quarter. 4th-ranked Oklahoma edges West Virginia late 16-13. That's a final. Iowa by 10 over Colorado State 24-14. Penn State 38, Villanova 17. Arkansas upsets number 7 Texas A&M 20-10. Ohio State big over Akron 59-7. Florida with the 38-14 win in Gainesville over Tennessee. Notre Dame gets the 40-13 win against Wisconsin. Iowa at Baylor with the Bears beating 6-0 lead on South Florida early on in the second quarter. Coastal Carolina with the 53-3 win over UMass. Michigan State nips Nebraska in overtime 23-20, while Michigan gets Rutgers 20-13 at the Big House. Fresno State 38, UNLV 30. That's a final from last night. Auburn comes from behind to defeat Georgia State 34-24. And Oklahoma State with the W at home against number 25 Kansas State 31-20. Georgia Tech with the 45-22 win over Carolina. We'll come back with more of the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report after this from Learfield.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point in Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. No purchase competitors new vehicle at the lower price. Or refunds you 110% difference. Not valid with new rebates, interest rates, price changes, or trade-ins.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers, or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
45-22, the final from Atlanta. Georgia Tech with the win over Carolina. Both teams 2-2 overall. The Heels drop to 1-2 in the ACC. Georgia Tech improves to 1-1 in league play. As soon as Jones is ready to speak with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, we'll send things down to Jones, which, as a matter of fact, we're going to do right now. Here's Jones with Coach Brown. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner alongside the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Coach, obviously a frustrating night for your team. Seemed like Georgia Tech's energy and defensive prowess in the first half set a tone. What did you see out there tonight?
Well, I saw that, first, give them credit. It's a great win for them, and Sims is a heck of a player, and I thought we'd still win. We couldn't stop him in the second half. But we have when you have 4 turnovers and they rush for about 200 more yards than you do, it gets pretty simple. I thought we had the better team coming in. We darn sure didn't have the better team tonight. So give them credit. We're not ready to be the team that I thought we were ready to be. It's just like Florida State last year. We have a fun and satisfying win last week. We couldn't handle it well enough to come in here and win again back to back. So we gotta grow up. We gotta learn from this one and do a great job against Duke, who's playing really well next week at noon.
Coach, in the 2 losses, 14 sacks for the opposition, including 8 tonight. I know it's right after the game, but any correlation between those that you saw against Virginia Tech that you saw again tonight?
Yeah, I thought we looked very similar, and it's not good. So we'll have to break every one of them down. All of them are different, Jones. We always want to say offensive line stunk. We always want to say, well, Sam held it too long. we always want to say, well, the back missed his block. Well, the tight end didn't do his job. Well, there's going to be 75 plays out there, and it'll be a piece of each one of them, and we'll look at it on the plane going home tonight and try to figure out how to do better next week.
You mentioned Sims. What difference did you think he made when he came in to the quarterback spot for Georgia Tech?
All the difference in the world. He looked a lot like a guy we had at Texas. He's big and he's really fast, and he threw it well, and he gave them a spark that they didn't have in the first half. We held them to 81 yards the first half, and he made the total difference in the game the second half. Offense woke up. They started doing a lot better. We were in a tough spot offensively the second half where we were having to throw it every time, but we did a better job protecting. We did things better when we still had a chance to win, and we couldn't stop him. So when the offense played well, the defense didn't, and vice versa.
Coach, last thing. It's so frustrating right this second, but there's still so much football left to play, including 3 big home games coming up here right in a row. What's the next step now for you, your coaches, and your team?
Yeah, I can't figure out why North Carolina's 9-20 in Atlanta. It makes no sense for me how certain places are harder to play than others. And I've been doing this a long time. I still can't figure it out. But we added to that number tonight. You got to learn from this. And what happened is last week our defense got criticized a lot, and it's 100% that they're going to play better, and they did until they didn't. But they came and played really hard at first half and wanted to prove to everybody they were better than they showed last week. The offense got bragged on all week because they had the 6th most yards in school history last week, and then they didn't respond well. So we got to grow up. It's a bunch of young people that are maturing in their lives. And like we said, I'm like everybody else. I hate this. I mean, it's awful. And I'm embarrassed the way we played, and makes you want to throw up, very honestly. And hate it for our fans. They've been so good, and they help fight. Hate it for the kids because they got this one the rest of their lives. So learn from it, get through it tonight. I did think they competed till the end. They really tried. And that's one thing they're always going to have to do. They've got to compete. But we've got to go back to work and do everything we can do to beat Duke.
Coach, I know, difficult night. Thank you for your time as always.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Okay, Jones, thanks a lot for that interview with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. Our final score, Georgia Tech 45, Carolina 22. Back with stats, a recap of the scoring drives, the updated ACC standings, and a look ahead to what Jones just talked about there. 3 home games against Duke, Florida State, and Miami in successive weeks. This one a tough one, though, for the Tar Heels, who fall in Atlanta to the Jackets, 45-22 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12.
Congratulations to Bright Ideas Grant winner Megan Pennington of Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City. Her project, A Brighter Future, is sponsored by Albemarle EMC based in Hertford.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows.